Orders of the day. Ordre du jour.
Government orders. Government bills commons. Report stage debate on Bill C-51, the Anti-Terrorism 2015 Act.
There are 36 motions in amendment standing on the notice paper for the report stage of Bill C-51. Motions numbered 1 to 66 will be grouped for debate and voted upon according to the voting pattern available at the table.
I will now submit motions number 1 to 66 to the House.
Madame Doré-Lefebvre.
Ms. Doré-Lefebvre, seconded by Mr. Sullivan, moves that Bill C-51 be amended by deleting the long title.
Motion number 2. Ms. Doré-Lefebvre, seconded by Mr. Sullivan, moves that Bill C-51 be amended by deleting the short title. Motion number 3. Madame Doré-Lefebvre.
Ms. Doré-Lefebvre, seconded by Mr. Sullivan, moves that Bill C-51 be amended by deleting Clause 2.
Motion number 4. Ms. May, seconded by Mr. Rathgaber, moves that Bill C-51 in Clause 2 be amended by A, replacing line 21 on page 5 with the following. Information that is necessary to protect Canada against activities that undermine the security of Canada and that is disclosed under subsection B, by replacing line 25 on page 5 with the following. Restrictions and prohibitions while respecting any caveats on and originator control over shared information. Motion number 5, Mr. Garrison, appuyé,
Ms. Doré-Lefebvre, seconded by Mr. Garrison, moves that Bill C-51 be amended by deleting Clause 3.
Motion number 6, Ms. Doré-Lefebvre, seconded by Mr. Sullivan, moves that Bill C-51 be amended by deleting Clause 4. You can give me a bunch of them, and then I can just kind of go through them, as opposed to handing one at a time, if you want. Motion number 7, Ms. Doré-Lefebvre, seconded by Mr. Sullivan, moves that Bill C-51 be amended by deleting Clause 5. Motion numero 8.
Motion number 8. Ms. Doré-Lefebvre, seconded by Mr. Sullivan, moves that Bill C-51 be amended by deleting Clause 6.
Motion number 9. Ms. Doré-Lefebvre, seconded by Mr. Sullivan, moves that Bill C-51 be amended by deleting Clause 7. Motion number 10. Madame Doré-Lefebvre.
Ms. Doré-Lefebvre, seconded by Mr. Sullivan, moves that Bill C-51 be amended by deleting Clause 8.
Motion number 11, Ms. Doré-Lefebvre, seconded by Mr. Sullivan, moves that Bill C-51 be amended by deleting Clause 9. Motion number 12, Madame Doré-Lefebvre.
Ms. Doré-Lefebvre, seconded by Mr. Sullivan, moves that Bill C-51 be amended by deleting Clause 10.
Motion number 13, Ms. Doré-Lefebvre, seconded by Mr. Garrison, moves that Bill C-51 be amended by deleting Clause 11. Motion
number 14, Ms. Doré-Lefebvre, seconded by Mr. Garrison, moves that Bill C-51 be amended by deleting Clause 12.
Motion number 15, Madame Doré-Lefebvre, seconded by Mr. Garrison, moves that Bill C-51. Oh, I'm sorry. Madame Doré-Lefebvre, seconded by Mr. Sullivan, moves that Bill C-51 be amended by deleting Clause 13. Motion numero 16.
Motion number 16, Ms. Doré-Lefebvre, seconded by Mr. Sullivan, moves that Bill C-51 be amended by deleting Clause 14.
Motion 17, Ms. Doré-Lefebvre, seconded by Mr. Sullivan, moves that Bill C-51 be amended by deleting Clause 15. Motion numéro
Motion number 18. Ms. Doré Lefebvre, seconded by Mr. Sullivan, moves that Bill C-51 be amended by deleting Clause 16.
Motion number 19, Madame Doré Lefebvre, seconded by Mr. Sullivan, moves that Bill C-51 be amended by deleting Clause 17. Motion numéro 20.
Motion number 20. Ms. Doré Lefebvre, seconded by Mr. Sullivan, moves that Bill C-51 be amended by deleting Clause 18.
Motion 21, Madame Doré Lefebvre, seconded by Mr. Sullivan, moves that Bill C-51 be amended by deleting Clause 19. Motion numéro 22.
Motion number 22, Ms. Doré Lefebvre, seconded by Mr. Sullivan, moves that Bill C-51 be amended by deleting Clause 20.
Motion number 23, Madame Doré Lefebvre, seconded by Mr. Sullivan, moves that Bill C-51 be amended by deleting Clause 21. Motion number 24, Madame Doré Lefebvre, seconded by Mr. Sullivan, moves that Bill C-51 be amended by deleting Clause 22. Motion number 25, Madame Doré Lefebvre, seconded by Mr. Sullivan, moves that Bill C-51 be amended by deleting Clause 23. Motion numéro 26.
Motion number 26, Ms. Doré Lefebvre, seconded by Mr. Sullivan, moves that Bill C-51 be amended by deleting Clause 24.
Motion numéro 27.
Motion number 27, Ms. Doré Lefebvre, seconded by Mr. Sullivan, moves that Bill C-51 be amended by deleting Clause 25.
Motion number 28, Madame Doré Lefebvre, seconded by Mr. Sullivan, moves that Bill C-51 be amended by deleting Clause 26. Motion number 29, Madame Doré Lefebvre, seconded by Mr. Sullivan, moves that Bill C-51 be amended by deleting Clause 27. Motion numéro 30.
Motion number 30, Ms. Doré Lefebvre, seconded by Mr. Sullivan, moves that Bill C-51 be amended by deleting Clause 28.
Motion numéro 30.
Motion number 31, Ms. Doré Lefebvre, seconded by Mr. Sullivan, moves that Bill C-51 be amended by deleting Clause 29.
Motion number 32, Madame Doré Lefebvre, seconded by Mr. Sullivan, moves that Bill C-51 be amended by deleting Clause 30. Motion numéro 33.
Motion number 33, Ms. Doré Lefebvre, seconded by Mr. Sullivan, moves that Bill C-51 be amended by deleting Clause 31.
Motion number 34, Madame Doré Lefebvre, seconded by Mr. Sullivan, moves that Bill C-51 be amended by deleting Clause 32. Motion number 35, Madame Doré Lefebvre, seconded by Mr. Sullivan, moves that Bill C-51 be amended by deleting Clause 33. Motion
number 36, Ms. Doré Lefebvre, seconded by Mr. Sullivan, moves that Bill C-51 be amended by deleting Clause 34.
Motion numéro 37.
Motion number 37, Ms. Doré Lefebvre, seconded by Mr. Sullivan, moves that Bill C-51 be amended by deleting Clause 35.
Motion number 38, Madame Doré Lefebvre, seconded by Mr. Sullivan, moves that Bill C-51 be amended by deleting Clause 36. Motion number 39, Madame Doré Lefebvre, seconded by Mr. Sullivan, moves that Bill C-51 be amended by deleting Clause 37. Motion numéro 40.
Motion number 40, Ms. Doré Lefebvre, seconded by Mr. Sullivan, moves that Bill C-51 be amended by deleting Clause 38.
Motion numéro 41.
Motion number 41, Ms. Doré Lefebvre, seconded by Mr. Sullivan, moves that Bill C-51 be amended by deleting Clause 39.
Jacob, could you give me water? Motion numéro 42.
Motion number 42, Ms. Doré Lefebvre, seconded by Mr. Sullivan, moves that Bill C-51 be amended by deleting Clause 40.
Motion 43, Madame Doré Lefebvre, seconded by Mr. Sullivan, moves that Bill C-51 be amended by deleting Clause 41. Motion 44, Madame Doré Lefebvre, seconded by Mr. Sullivan, moves that Bill C-51 be amended by deleting Clause 42. Motion number 45, Ms. May, seconded by Mr. Rathgaber. Thank you. moves that Bill C-51 in Clause 42 be amended by replacing line 29 on page 49 with the following. Enforcement power, including the power to perform the duties that are the primary responsibility of the Royal Canadian Mounted Police. Motion numéro 46.
Motion number 46, Ms. Doré-Lefebvre, seconded by Mr. Sullivan, moves that Bill C-51 be amended by deleting Clause 43.
Motion number 47, Ms. Doré-Lefebvre, seconded by Mr. Sullivan, moves that Bill C-51 be amended by deleting Clause 44. Motion number 48, Ms. Doré-Lefebvre, seconded by Mr. Sullivan, moves that Bill C-51 be amended by deleting Clause 45.
Motion number 49, Ms. Doré-Lefebvre, seconded by Mr. Sullivan, moves that Bill C-51 by amending Clause 46.
Motion numéro 50.
Motion number 50, Ms. Doré-Lefebvre, seconded by Mr. Sullivan, moves that Bill C-51 be amended by deleting Clause 47.
Motion 51, Ms. Doré-Lefebvre, seconded by Mr. Sullivan, moves that Bill C-51 be amended by deleting Clause 48. Motion number 52, Madame Doré-Lefebvre, seconded by Mr. Sullivan, moves that Bill C-51 be amended by deleting Clause 49. Motion numéro 53.
Motion number 53, Ms. Doré-Lefebvre, seconded by Mr. Sullivan, moves that Bill C-51 be amended by deleting Clause 50.
Motion numéro 54.
Motion number 54, Ms. Doré-Lefebvre, seconded by Mr. Sullivan, moves that Bill C-51 be amended by deleting Clause 51.
Motion number 55, Ms. Doré-Lefebvre, seconded by Mr. Sullivan, moves that Bill C-51 be amended by deleting Clause 52. Motion 56, Ms. Doré-Lefebvre, seconded by Mr. Sullivan, moves that Bill C-51 be amended by deleting Clause 53. Motion numéro 57.
Motion number 57, Ms. Doré-Lefebvre, seconded by Mr. Sullivan, moves that Bill C-51 be amended by deleting Clause 54. Motion number 58, Ms. Doré-Lefebvre, seconded by Mr. Sullivan, moves that Bill C-51 be amended by deleting Clause 55.
Motion 59, Madame Doré-Lefebvre, seconded by Mr. Sullivan, moves that Bill C-51 be amended by deleting Clause 56. Motion number 60, Madame Doré-Lefebvre, seconded by Mr. Sullivan, moves that Bill C-51 be amended by deleting Clause 57. Motion numéro 61.
Motion number 61, Ms. Doré-Lefebvre, seconded by Mr. Sullivan, moves that Bill C-51 be amended by deleting Clause 58.
Motion numéro 62.
Motion number 62, Ms. Doré-Lefebvre, seconded by Mr. Sullivan, moves that Bill C-51 be amended by deleting Clause 59.
Motion 63, Madame Doré-Lefebvre, seconded by Mr. Sullivan, moves that Bill C-51 be amended by deleting Clause 60. Motion 64, Ms. Doré-Lefebvre, seconded by Mr. Sullivan, moves that Bill C-51 be amended by deleting Clause 61. Motion 65.
Motion number 65, Ms. Doré-Lefebvre, seconded by Mr. Sullivan, moves that Bill C-51 be amended by deleting Clause 62.
Et finalement, motion numéro...
And finally, motion number 66, Ms. Doré-Lefebvre, seconded by Mr. Sullivan, moves that Bill C-51 be amended by deleting the schedule.
Debate. L'honorable député.
The honorable member for Alfred Félan. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I thank you for having accepted the amendments that the opposition has put forward and hopes to apply to Bill C-51. I have to say that these amendments don't come out of nowhere, and this will be part of my speech. C-51 was tabled by the Conservative government in this chamber, and since then the official opposition has taken the time to do the work that the government should have done, which is to say, to consult the people and the experts that are affected by the various areas that C-51 touches on. Now, Canadians have seen, now that they've understood more from the debate surrounding C-51, that there are some major shortcomings in this bill that don't just come from the opposition, but that are talked about by many important stakeholders in our society. Aboriginal people, experts in constitutional law, former justices of the Supreme Court, former prime ministers, community leaders, and the Canadian Association, Bar Association, which appeared before the committee, public safety that is, and talked about the serious shortcomings of this bill. We took the time to study the bill, and as compared to the Liberals, who said they would vote for this even if they saw that it wasn't a good bill, that they were going to support it. We did our work as the official opposition. We carefully read the bill and found that, unfortunately, we could not support such a bill. And that is why today, having done a more or less in-depth study at committee level and having talked to many constituents and stakeholders, that we put forward these amendments. I think that is the wisest thing to do, the most rational thing to do, and I thought we really needed to go back to the drawing board. So I'll give a small or a short overview for my colleagues who were not at those public safety committee hearings with witnesses on C-51. We had 9 meetings with witnesses. One of those was with the Minister of Public Safety and the Minister of Justice. The 8 other meetings were devoted to hearing from testimony at committee, and most of them came, those witnesses, from the government side. Therefore, the great majority of those witnesses. But there were also witnesses who came from the list of the official opposition and the third party. I have to say that 45 of the 48 witnesses heard from at committee said the following: either that the bill had to have serious amendments, or that the entire bill should be scrapped and that we should go back to the drawing board and come back with a different proposal. And as I said, Mr. Speaker, most of the witnesses did come from the government side. So this should have really set off alarm bells for the Prime Minister and the Minister of Public Safety. This is not the best thing that could have been put forward. We should have done the right thing and either listened to the official opposition or the various stakeholders from civil society and go back to the drawing board and come back with a real proposal, a good anti-terrorism act that wouldn't abuse of our rights as C-51 does.
And that would not violate the rights of First Nations or the rights of various groups in civil society to demonstrate. But unfortunately, those are just a few examples of things that this bill would violate as it stands. So what we did at committee was we did our job as an opposition. We listened to the witnesses who came to speak to us about C-51. There were about 100 amendments proposed by the opposition parties and hours of debate over those amendments. Once again, the government was not very open to our proposals to amend C-51. Each amendment, one after the other, was defeated, often without any explanation from the government. And I have to say that 3 amendments did get through, minor amendments, and guess who moved those? The Conservatives. So it's hardly surprising that the government was not listening to anything we said at committee. They turned a deaf ear to everything. We heard some great evidence. The time was very limited. A lot of witnesses had to be heard back to back. We often had 3 or 4 witnesses an hour, so there was very little time to question them and tease out all the information they had to impart. So I was hopeful. I would have preferred just to see C-51 dropped and not even be referred to committee. and that we have a debate in the House about dealing with radicalization and terrorism, but that didn't happen, so it went to committee, and in good faith, we proposed amendments. We heard from excellent witnesses, but the government was not listening at all. I'm not even sure C-51 will get through the courts, and that's fundamental. When a government introduces legislation, it should be legal. And there were law professors, constitutional experts who came and explained, and the questions were very simple. I asked very direct questions. I said, is C-51 constitution proof, charter proof? And the answer was no. Large parts of C-51 are unconstitutional and the courts will strike them down. That's what they said. Now, the government's top job is to get legal advice, legal opinions that confirm that the legislation they're proposing is constitutional. That's fundamental, and that criterion is not even met here with C-51. So it's a botched job. It's a hatchet job, this bill. And, of course, our police need new tools, according to the Conservatives, but a lot of people, a lot of witnesses from the RCMP and so on said, actually, we already have all the tools we need to deal with terrorism currently. The problem is one of resources. We don't have enough funding. At the RCMP, about 200 criminal cases were shunted aside so that they could focus on terrorism. They reassigned officers to terrorism because they're short staff, they're short resources to deal with terrorism. Now, they're putting the priority on that, but other things are suffering as a result. Now, I would have hoped at least to see this week with the budget an increase in funding for fighting terrorism. And I looked at the budget and I saw that there was something, but not enough, nowhere near enough. For CBSA and CSIS and the RCMP, it's less than $300 million over 5 years, and less than $20 million from now till 2017. So that's just a drop in the bucket. That's really making a mockery. They've got to be joking. They're not giving our police forces the tools they need, not the tools, but the funding they need. They're giving them scraps, mere peanuts, for such a serious job. And it's all about the safety of our communities and our country. The police are supposed to protect people. Well, if you want them to protect us, you have to walk the talk. You have to back it up with the appropriate funds. They need the money to do the job properly, and unfortunately, that money is not to be found in C-51, nor is it in the budget that the Conservatives just tabled. So I'm extremely disappointed to see the lack of leadership coming from the government, given this obvious problem that we have in combating terrorism and radicalization. There's a lot missing. There's a lot lacking in this haphazard conservative approach. What also would have been nice, and is currently working very hard on a national strategy to combat radicalization, and they're achieving some success in that area. And that is what some of the police witnesses said. We should be developing a similar strategy to de-radicalize young people. And that's something that the NDP moved as an amendment. Now, my time is running out quickly. I just wanted to say that, unfortunately, once again, I cannot support C-51 as it stands. And that's why it's so important. The amendments that are put forward today by the official opposition are so important. We need to have a strategy to combat radicalization and terrorism once and for all. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Malpeque.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I will admit I do enjoy working on the committee with my colleague from the NDP. I do notice she took a little side slap at the Liberal Party, and that's fine. That's politics. But in reality, Mr. Speaker, the Liberal Party in this bill is the only party in this House of Commons that has a responsible and reasonable position where we're trying to find the balance on both sides. The government, on the one hand, doesn't care a smidgen, it seems, about the civil liberties of Canadians. The NDP, on the other hand, doesn't seem to care a smidgen about the public safety of Canadians. There is a place that this Parliament can find balance, Mr. Speaker, and some of them are in the NDP amendments, as they were in the Liberal amendments. My question to the member is this: we did have quite a number of witnesses. The majority of witnesses, even though they had concerns about the civil liberties side of the issue here, they also recognized there needs to be some measures and provisions to ensure the national security and public safety of Canadians. I ask the member, does she not see what those witnesses said, who indicated there is a need for greater public safety and national security provisions? Does she not agree what they said was important? And why does the NDP not seem to care about that side? I know they care about national security, but their position is strange.
The honourable member for Alfred Pellant. If there's one party that's taking a strange position on C-51, unfortunately I have to say it's the third party in this House for a number of reasons. First of all, C-51 was tabled, and before even reading it, the Liberal leader said that he had concerns, but that he would be supporting the bill. What the Liberals are doing is cutting the Conservatives a blank check. They're giving them carte blanche because at the time the majority of Canadians supported the bill. But today, 2/3 of Canadians are rejecting the bill. And what bothers me the most about the Liberal position here is not only that they're going by the polls, that's how they're making their decision, but C-51 will not be consistent with the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms. So my question, I hope my Liberal colleague makes a speech so I can ask him this question. I'd like to know, why are they voting for a bill that's as botched as C-51? Questions and comments. Honourable member for Skeena Bulkley Valley.
For her excellent discourse and her hard work on this difficult situation, yet, as she mentioned, even the Conservative witnesses that were called, and the vast majority of the witnesses that were called were by Conservatives, they opposed this bill. Now, it's passing strange that I hear from the Liberals that the Liberal leader's example, and we have to take mention of this, the only reason he was voting for the bill is because he was worried that the Conservatives would use his opposition to the bill in a future campaign against him. That's what he said. Those aren't our words, they're his. And that the polling at the time was supportive of C-51. Now, I've seen many bills pass through this House in my 11 years, but I have never seen a bill in which constituents are coming to me mentioning the number and the name of the bill and suggesting that we need to do everything we can to stop this. So my question is very direct. What is it exactly today that the NDP are trying to do in order to stop this terrible attack on the Charter of our rights and freedoms, as has clearly been demonstrated by former Supreme Court justices, former prime ministers, and virtually every security and constitutional expert that we were able to hear from? Thank you.
Député de Alfred Pellant.
The member for Alfred Pellant. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague from Skeena Bulkley Valley. He raises some very important points. It's a matter of principle right now. We are a party that's based on principle, and we cannot support a bill that violates our rights and freedoms as much as C-51 does. We're a party of principle, and the polls were against us initially, but we stood up, our leader stood up. He's a man of principle, and he said, no, this is an attack on the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms. This is an attack on our fundamental rights. This is not something we should support. This is partisan politics. This goes against our principles. We will never accept this type of thing. And whether it's coming from the Conservatives or the Liberals. So I'm proud to stand today with my colleagues and support our amendments that we're moving today. Let's go back to the drawing board and come up with something that works for all Canadians instead of a bungled piece of legislation like C-51.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Saanich, Gulf Islands.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I'd like to thank my colleagues here. Bill C-51 is not just horrible, it's dangerous.
And I want to pause for a moment, Mr. Speaker, because this is not an ordinary debate and this is not an ordinary bill. And this is not about politics anymore. This is about the soul of the country and a question of whether we understand what Canada stands for ourselves and what we represent around the world. Now, we just bowed our heads in prayer. The Supreme Court has taken a look at bowing our heads in prayer, and we may be visiting that someday, but we just, through the words of the Speaker, asked us to pray that we make good laws and wise decisions. If we meant that prayer and then we pass C-51, our words are blasphemy, because this is neither a good law nor is it wise. The story that the Prime Minister would like to have Canadians believe about this law is that in this place, some members of Parliament belonging to the Conservative Party want to protect Canadians from terrorism, and other members of Parliament, namely Greens, the New Democrats, Bloc, some independents, and I certainly hope in future the Liberal Party will come to its senses and join us, that those of us who will vote against C-51 don't care about security. And certainly, in the course of clause by clause, various Conservative members of that committee actually said, what a shame the Green Party is willing to, I think the words used were, privilege the rights of terrorists above those of Canadians. Now, that's the story that Conservatives want Canadians to hear, to think that we are so concerned with rights and freedoms and the Charter of Rights and Freedoms and civil liberty that we would turn a blind eye to the threat of terrorism. When this law was first tabled, and of course it was initially launched at a campaign-style rally in Richmond Hill, Ontario, and not in this place, something I guess we're becoming all too familiar with is sort of a routine contempt of Parliament by launching big initiatives and laws outside of Parliament with cheering crowds and campaign banners. But when this was first launched, the Prime Minister said, quote, "Violent jihadism is not a human right. It is an act of war," unquote. It was an extraordinary thing to say, as if anyone had ever suggested that violent jihadism was a human right. It set up a frame in which those of us who oppose Bill C-51 are somehow associating ourselves with violent jihadism. Now, in response to that torqued campaign rhetoric, we have the words and the advice of some of the country's leading constitutional and security, legal and operational security experts. In relation to this notion of an act of war, the words from Professor Craig Forsyth from the University of Ottawa and Kent Roach from the University of Toronto, who said, quote, "False analogies between crime and war can contort law." We need to look at this bill, which is an omnibus bill of 5 different sections, 5 different laws thrown together and rushed through Parliament, and rushed through committee, and ask the question, does this make us safer? Don't fall into the trap, and I ask my colleagues, don't fall into the trap of saying it's civil liberties versus protecting us from terrorism. Does this bill make us safer? Does it actually confront terrorism in a fashion that makes Canadians safer? Then we can have the discussion of whether we're willing to make compromises about civil liberties because the bill will make us safer. You see how cleverly the Conservative spin puts us wrong-footed before we even begin. The assumption is the bill makes us safer. And I want to spend most of my time this morning at report stage to persuade as many colleagues as I can that this bill is dangerous because it makes us less safe, while pretending that all of the losses of civil liberties that this bill represents, the violations of privacy, and indeed the most unprecedented anti-constitutional, anti-democratic provision in any law that's ever come before this place, a law to allow a CSIS agent in a secret trial before a judge where the only evidence presented is from the government and the existence of the hearing will never be known to the public, to provide a CSIS agent with a warrant to violate our Constitution. It's astonishing. A constitutional breach warrant. But let's look at this question. Does the bill make us safer? After the rush of witnesses through the House, they already began the hearings in the Senate. So before we've completed our review of the bill in this place, here we are at report stage, the other place has already begun its review. And I think some of the most powerful testimony yet on C-51 came up in the Senate from a British security expert who has worked as a liaison officer within the Canadian security establishment. In other words, he's an operational spy. He has worked for MI5, he's worked as a security agent, and he's worked in Canada as a liaison office with Canadian security. He's an expert. He's an expert in what we need to do to make us safer, to find and stop terrorist plots. His name is Joe Fogarty. He introduced himself to the Senate. I have his testimony before me that he was asked repeatedly, and here I'll quote from him. The question I was asked to address was why it appeared to be the case that the relationship between the police service and MI5 in the United Kingdom was so close, with such easy sharing of information, and with a consistently strong outcome in terms of arrests, prosecutions, and convictions in national security cases. Close quote. He contrasts that since 2001 in Canada, there have been 30 terrorism-related arrests, whereas in the UK, there have been some 2,000. Now, and those figures, by the way, did not include Northern Ireland. Well, it could just be that we don't have very much terrorism activity here, but it also could be that we've set up through silos security services and police operations that don't work with each other and actually can trip each other up. In that connection, he gave further testimony, which I found quite shocking. He said this is all on the public record, but it's not that easy to find. These examples, for instance, were put forward. These are recent. CSIS discovered the location of a suspected terrorist training camp inside Canada, but it decided not to tell the RCMP about it. Another example. CSIS realized that the RCMP was following the wrong targets. And here I quote Mr. Fogarty. So having identified certain people who were believed at that stage to be threats to public safety, and realizing the RCMP was following the wrong people, CSIS decided not to say anything. Now, this evidence from Mr. Fogarty, and I'll come back to it, is directly relevant to testimony that the House of Commons Committee did hear, because John Major, former Supreme Court Justice, who chaired the Air India inquiry, pleaded with the committee not to pass the bill in its current form, not to pass it without oversight. What we've done in this bill, in Part 4, is to create in CSIS new powers of disruption and to give them access, as I mentioned earlier, to be able to get a warrant from a judge to break domestic law and to violate the Charter of Rights and Freedoms. But CSIS agents are nowhere in Bill C-51 required to share information with the RCMP. Now, you'll hear from conservatives, oh, don't worry, because Part 1 of the bill is all about information sharing. Yes, the words information sharing are used, but they're not about sharing information between CSIS, Canadian Border Security Services, CSEC, and the RCMP. Those are the 4 different agencies that are collecting information and have a role in disrupting terrorist plots. There's no oversight. There's no pinnacle command. There's nobody watching what each entity is doing, and there's no requirement to share information. On the contrary, we've set up a system where there are disincentives to sharing information. Now, Mr. Fogarty testified very clearly that in the UK, due to a law that they passed back in 1996, they created a situation where under this legislation, all national security material is afforded third-party status in criminal proceedings as a matter of statute. With that assurance, you then get in the case of the UK, your police working with MI5. In Canada, we don't do that. So what Mr. Fogarty actually found about this legislation and our current system, and of course, our current system lacks any oversight. Can't say that clearly enough. We have a review committee in CERC, but that's not oversight. So here we have a situation where a security expert came before Parliament to the Senate committee and said, quote, at this minute, quote, with the greatest respect, if you continue with the situation in which your security intelligence agency is reluctant, for very good reasons, to share with your law enforcement team, this is the equivalent of sitting on top of a tragedy waiting to happen. I was asked this question a number of years ago, continuing with Mr. Fogarty's testimony to the Senate, and I was asked to have a look at which bits of the Canadian operational relationship I would incorporate into the UK, because as liaison officers, we are very acquisitive and looking for best practices all over the world. With the greatest of respect, I wouldn't incorporate a single aspect of it at the minute because it's dangerous, close quote. So here we are being told by the Conservatives and the Prime Minister that we must accept a bill that tramples on the Constitution, tramples on our rights and freedoms, violates our privacy rights, because it will make us safer. And here's the big lie. It will not make us safer. It is dangerous. It will make us less safe. It will create circumstances in which CSIS and the RCMP operate in silos. That led to the Air India disaster. I plead with my colleagues, reject this bad law.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for West Vancouver, Sunshine Coast, Sea to Sky Country.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I was pleased to hear my friend and colleague from Saanich Gulf Islands refer to my former political science prof and others. But aside from that, I have to take umbrage with much of what she said. The bill is designed to bring our government up to the level of other Western democracies. It's modest in the changes it would make, given the threats that we as Canadians confront. And I would ask two questions. First, Mr. Speaker, I would ask, does my friend have to be confronted personally by a knife-wielding terrorist for her to understand that the threat really is out there and that Canadians need to face it? And secondly, why would she oppose a bill which seeks to bring judicial overview of the kinds of measures that we're looking at, as opposed to the executive approval that is used in other Western democracies, much less cumbersome and unwieldy than judicial oversight?
Member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Well, my friend from West Vancouver, Sunshine Coast, Sea to Sky Country misunderstands if he thinks my speech said I did not take terrorism seriously. I take it seriously. The Conservatives don't, because they've put forward a bill that will create a situation in which we are less safe. And as to the specific circumstances of the words judicial oversight, I would tell Mr. Speaker, let's be clear, this bill does not contain a single element of judicial oversight. It does allow a CSIS agent to go to a judge and obtain a warrant, but does that judge have the overview and the oversight to continue to monitor the way that warrant is used? And no other modern democracy, none, anywhere, would allow a judge in a secret hearing to give a warrant to violate the Constitution. It is unheard of in the democratic world. It's unheard of, period, and this Parliament should not stand for it.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Beauport-Limoilou.
Oui.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I'd like to thank the member for Saanich Gulf Islands for her remarks. She has raised some very serious objections to the dangers associated with Bill C-51, based on a study on the funding of finance at the terrorism at the Finance Committee. On the sidelines of the committee, I spoke to the commissioner for the Privacy Commissioner, Mr. Terrien, and Mr. Terrien confirmed an impression that I already had. If we were to take the example of the CRA, for example, the revenue agency that is affected by C-51 under this bill, the agency could freely communicate, potentially, information on tax files belonging to individuals. So Mr. Terrien told me that, and I'd like the member to elaborate on other examples, if she could, with respect to the transfer of information, the overbroad sharing of information that may occur.
Saanich Gulf Islands.
I'd like to thank my colleague. I, too, was shocked to see that the Privacy Commissioner of Canada had not even been invited to appear before the committee. I understand because I was there when the NDP took steps and made efforts to invite the commissioner. So that shows us what the intentions of the government are, that they deprive the Privacy Commissioner of Canada from appearing before the committee. So it's clear that this bill is dangerous and will violate Canadians' rights.
Time for one more short question and response. The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Mr. Speaker, very quickly, Liberal parties indicated one of the biggest missings of this legislation is the parliamentary oversight, something in which we believe is absolutely critical. But we recognize there is some value to the legislation. Even the New Democrats have indicated that if they were elected in government in fall, that they would not repeal the Act. The question that I have for the member is, does she see any value whatsoever to the legislation? Is there any valuable aspect of the legislation that she thinks would be of benefit to Canadians?
The honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my honourable friend for Winnipeg North. There's virtually nothing. I would say the one thing in here that would be of value would be the ability to stop someone from boarding a plane. On the no-fly list right now, it's restricted to people who pose a danger to the flight, as opposed to someone seeking to leave Canada to join foreign fighters. Other than that, this entire bill, in other words, this bill is so bad that neither opposition party in this House, should they ever form government, should imagine that it can be fixed with amendments. If the horror of this passes this place, which I still hope will not happen, I still think if the Liberals were to change and vote with the rest of the opposition parties, that there are enough Conservatives of conscience that this would not pass. But if it does pass after the next election, it must be repealed, and then the small change to the no-fly list can be made. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Souris Moose Mountain.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's certainly a privilege to have the opportunity to speak with respect to Bill C-51, the Anti-Terrorism Act 2015. As we have seen in Canada, the international jihadist movement has declared war, and Canadians are being targeted by those terrorists simply because they hate our society and the value it represents. And it doesn't matter much what the opposition may say and what members may say. That is a present reality. It is a fact. And we only need to look back over the past number of weeks, Mr. Speaker, at the terrorist attacks in Ottawa, St. Jean-sur-Richelieu, as well as attacks abroad in Australia and Paris, to see that the threat of radical Islamic extremism is a very real threat that needs to be dealt with, that needs to be confronted. I don't need to mention, Mr. Speaker, that right here in this House we were not only witnesses, but were directly involved in events that took place that certainly shattered the innocency of this House and many Canadians. And I think it struck a chord with Canadians that someone has to do something. Someone has to take some immediate steps to address what's happening. And we need to be sure that the law enforcement agencies and other agencies have the tools they need to deal with this new situation. It was interesting when the first speaker spoke, she misspoke by saying initially that the agencies needed the tools. Then she said, I meant to say the funds. Well, yes, they need the funds, and we provided for those funds. But more importantly, we need to be sure as legislators that we provide the tools to the law enforcement agencies and other agencies that have to do with the security of Canadians. These threats are real. They require a strong response and strong action. That's why, under the strong leadership of our Prime Minister, our government took action and brought forward the Protection of Canada from Terrorists Act and the Anti-Terrorism Act 2015 that take steps to protect Canadians against jihadi terrorists who seek to destroy the very principles that make Canada the best country in the world to live. And when the member from Saanich Gulf Islands says that this bill does not in any way enhance our security and protection, that just simply isn't so. And I will certainly point out in the course of my discussion of this bill that indeed it does do that very thing. I mean, Canadians understand, Mr. Speaker, that their freedom and their security go hand in hand. Canadians expect us to protect their privacy, to protect their freedom, but also to protect them. And there are protections in this legislation to do exactly that, Mr. Speaker. The fundamental fact is that our police and national security agencies are working to protect our rights and our freedoms. They're not working against us. They're working against the terrorists. You have to remember that. And it's the jihadi terrorists who endanger our security and who would take away our freedoms in a very fundamental and barbaric way. Providing national security agencies with new tools will ensure that gaps in sharing information about suspected terrorists does not limit their ability to prevent attacks on Canadians or against Canadians. We as politicians do not enforce the law, but we do have the duty, Mr. Speaker, and the responsibility to make sure that law enforcement agencies, security agencies have the necessary tools to keep Canadians safe. Canadians expect no less. Canadians want to be sure that we are confronting the terror, we are confronting the danger to us in the best way we can, and that those that are in the positions of authority that have to do that have the tools and resources indeed to do that, Mr. Speaker. I'd have to say it's really a coming of age for Canada to file an comprehensive anti-terrorism bill in the face of terrorism threats and terrorism activity that's already taken place. It's my view that there's no more fundamental role for a government than to protect its country and its people. In today's world of global travel, sophisticated communications, and the use of internet, it is timely and appropriate for the government to get up to speed and to ensure that we have the ability to counter, disrupt, and where possible, eliminate the threat of terrorism and the threat that may be imminent to Canadians. This is especially so when activities that undermine the security of Canada are often carried out in clandestine, deceptive, or hostile manner and are increasingly global, complex, and sophisticated, and they often emerge and evolve rapidly, and we need to be sure that our security forces can also adapt, react rapidly, and do what they need to counter those threats. The proposed legislation is therefore timely and provides the tools and the flexibility needed to keep pace with evolving threats and to better protect Canadians. The legislation would criminalize the advocacy or promotion of terrorism in general and give the courts authority to order the removal of terrorist propaganda online. And that's a sensible thing. I think most Canadians would expect them to have the ability and the power to do that. I must say, Mr. Speaker, I find it remarkable as a member of Parliament that we haven't had specific legislation to date authorizing the sharing of information between government institutions having to do with the security of Canada and ensuring that the threshold to do so is not unduly onerous. How is it that we have a government department that has to do with security, that has information, and it doesn't share that information with another department that has to do with security? And for anyone to say, to allow them to be able to do that, it somehow is not helping secure Canadians or better protect Canadians, I don't understand where they're coming from, Mr. Speaker. In respect to air travel, it is only reasonable, Mr. Speaker, to be able to screen or prevent individuals from boarding an aircraft if they pose an immediate threat. And there's provisions made to give the minister certain powers to be able to do that. Well, that surely is a direct protection of Canadians. The legislation allows the Canada Security Intelligence Service to not only gather information, but to intervene and disrupt terror plots while they're in the planning stages. Now, if you can gather information and know there's a plot, but don't disrupt it, are Canadians safer because of that? Of course not. Of course not. If you know that there is a plot, you do what you can to disrupt it, and you make sure your security agencies have the ability to do that. That, indeed, will make Canadians safer. I think that Canadians expect that much. They expect our governments to ensure that our agencies can do that. Now, of course, it doesn't give CSIS the power to enforce as the police do. That is left to the police. The legislation will also enhance the ability of law enforcement agencies to detain suspected terrorists before they can harm Canadians. What a more fundamental right or ability. The ability to detain those that might do me or you or anyone else in this House or any Canadian harm. That's an obvious positive thing in the legislation. The legislation would enhance the ability of law enforcement agencies to detain suspected terrorists before they can harm Canadians and ensure that a recognizance can issue with conditions and a peace bond, provisions where judges can require persons to surrender their passport or not leave the jurisdiction. The legislation, indeed, would lower the threshold to obtain a recognizance with conditions and circumstances where a peace officer believes on reasonable grounds that a terrorism activity may be carried out as opposed to will be carried out. Now, it's lowering the threshold. He must have reasonable grounds to believe that a terrorism activity may be carried out as opposed to will be carried out. The actions will be taken. Now, for the member from Saanich Gulf Islands, I would point out that this specific piece of legislation will indeed protect Canadians, because under one threshold, that recognizance may not be issued. Under this threshold, a recognizance would be issued and would prevent a dangerous event from happening that would harm an innocent Canadian. It also replaces the requirement that a recognizance is necessary to prevent with the words "is likely to prevent." Anyone that knows that something is likely to prevent ought to be taking some steps to ensure that it is prevented. It is a lower threshold, but it's there for the purpose of protecting Canadians, not for the purpose of protecting terrorists. It also allows for the increase of the period of incarceration from 3 days to a possible 7 days with periodic judicial review. I think the needs for these types of provisions are very obvious. It really is a coming of age for Canada and Canadians as a whole. Most Canadians, I'm sure, will say it's about time we tackled terrorism head on, not watching on the sidelines, not hoping that somebody will look after us, but actually putting legislation in place, Mr. Speaker, that will protect us, that will enhance the security and protection Canadians. And I think all Canadians expect us to do that, and I would ask the opposition to get behind this bill, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Souris Moose Mountain will have 5 minutes for a period for questions and comments when the House next returns to debate on the question. We'll now go to statements by members. Déclaration de député. The honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It gives me great pleasure to rise in this House today within the same week in which we celebrated Earth Day to mark the accomplishments of some global leaders, real eco-heroes around the world, who in this week received the 2015 Goldman Environmental Prize. Now, these prizes are given out annually. They are significant awards. They recognize heroism, grassroots work, often people who are fighting for change in their communities in very difficult situations in which they face threats to life and limb. We celebrated one of those heroes many years ago when Colleen McCrory of the Kootenays won the prize for her work in British Columbia protecting wilderness. And another British Columbian has been nominated and has received the award this year. My congratulations go out to the chief of the Hani-Wasatine First Nation, former Chief Marilyn Baptiste, who's received global recognition for her work in fighting the proposed gold and copper mines that would have destroyed Fish Lakes. Congratulations.
The honourable member for Mississauga-Streetsville.
Mr. Speaker, Economic Action Plan 2015 is great news for the people of Mississauga-Streetsville. First, our government has tabled a balanced budget. We are increasing the annual contribution limit to a tax-free savings account to $10,000. We are supporting seniors by reducing the minimum withdrawal requirements for registered retirement income funds. We are introducing the Home Accessibility Tax Credit to help with renovation costs so seniors and disabled persons can live independently and remain in their homes. We are increasing and expanding the Universal Child Care Benefit and introducing income splitting that benefits every single family in Mississauga-Streetsville with children. Members of the Streetsville Business Improvement Association will benefit from a reduction of the small business tax rate to 9% by 2019. And we are creating the Public Transit Fund and providing over $5 billion per year for infrastructure through the new Building Canada Fund. Mr. Speaker, people in Mississauga-Streetsville are better off because of this Conservative government.
The honourable member for Jeanne Lebert.
Mr. Speaker, 2015 marks the 100th anniversary of the Battle of Ypres. This Sunday, I will be again participating in the commemoration of this important event. As always, this ceremony will be hosted by Canadian Legion No. 4 in Verdun. Legion 4 is the only Legion branch in Canada that steadfastly continues to remember the contribution and sacrifices of Canadian service members in this important battle.
Mr. Speaker, let us take this moment to remember those who risked their lives and fought for us to protect our rights and freedoms. We must above all think of taking care of our veterans by adopting better measures to protect their health.
Speaker, veterans of this country fought for the freedoms we now hold dear. Let us in this House honor their spirit and sacrifice by protecting those freedoms. For if we sacrifice those freedoms out of fear, then what did they fight to protect? Lest we forget, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Saskatoon-Wanuskewin.
Mr. Speaker, on April 23rd, 1920, the National Assembly of the Turkish Republic was established, and Mustafa Kemal Ataturk, founder of the Turkish Republic, dedicated April 23rd to the children of the country because they would be the future of that new nation. Turkey's Children's Day showed the world the importance he placed on the health and the education of young people, and years later UNICEF decided to recognize April 23rd as International Children's Day. Since 1979, National Sovereignty and Children's Day in Turkey has been celebrated with guest children from around the world. They're housed in Turkish homes and interact with kids from other nations and learn about others' cultures. When these children participate in a special session of the Parliament, a truly international assembly is formed where children pledge their commitment to international peace and friendship. Turkish Canadians are rightly proud that their country of origin was the initiator of the world's first national children's holiday. Children's Day in Canada is celebrated with numerous multicultural children's activities and events that focus on our children, our future. Thank you.
The honourable member for Mount Royal.
Mr. Speaker, yesterday marked the first anniversary of the unanimous adoption by this House of a resolution establishing a National Day of Remembrance and Action on Mass Atrocities, of which the worst is a crime whose name we should even shudder to mention: genocide. Today we mark the 100th anniversary of the Armenian genocide, as last week we observed Yom HaShoah, Holocaust Remembrance Day. Yesterday also marked the 67th anniversary of the State of Israel, born out of the ashes of the Holocaust. It is sometimes said that if there had not been a Holocaust, there would not have been a State of Israel. But, Mr. Speaker, it is the other way around. If there had been an Israel, there might not have been a Holocaust of the horrors of Jewish history. Yesterday was also the birthday of Prime Minister and Nobel Peace Laureate Lester Pearson, who was an early advocate for the establishment of a Jewish state and in whose memory the resolution was established. And so may I close in his memory with a biblical prayer: Oseh Shalom b'Ramav, Hu Yaseh Shalom Aleinu v'al Kol Yisrael v'Imru Amen. May God, who establishes peace on high, may establish and grant peace for all of us in the State of Israel. Amen. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Newmarket, Aurora.
Mr. Speaker, meningitis is a serious infection caused by inflammation of the lining around the brain and spinal cord. It can strike any time and within hours. It can result in lifelong disability or death. Meningitis Relief Canada was established in 2012 with a vision to improve the lives of individuals and families afflicted by the complications of meningitis by providing means to heal and rebuild. Last December, Meningitis Relief Canada shared beautiful images by world-renowned photographer Anne Geddes of children around the world affected by meningitis. It opened my eyes and those of my colleagues to how serious this disease is and that we can do more to raise awareness and prevent it. Today is World Meningitis Day. I ask everyone here to recognize World Meningitis Day, and let's all work towards sparing the heartache of losing one more loved one to this devastating disease.
The honourable member for Rivière-des-Mille. The federal budget was another opportunity for the federal government to repair the damages, or the Conservative government to repair the damages they've done to science since they formed a majority government. However, they have not changed the recipe. They continue to prefer industrial research over fundamental research. Despite that, Canada has moved from 16th to 22nd from 2016 to 14 in terms of business investment in R&D among the 34 OECD countries. This means that the Conservative strategy does not even work. The Conservatives have closed several research institutions, showpieces of knowledge in Quebec, such as the Maurice Lamontagne Institute French Library. and their funding for other institutions is at risk, such as the Mont-Mégantic Observatory. I'm working relentlessly in Ottawa to counter this myopic vision of the Conservative government. In the NDP, we understand the importance of maintaining our science heritage.
Valley East.
Mr. Speaker, today marks the 100th anniversary of the Armenian genocide perpetrated by the Ottoman Empire between 1915 and 1923. After 100 years, it is now widely accepted as the first genocide of the modern era. Here in Canada, our Parliament in 2004 acknowledged the Armenian genocide of 1915 and condemned this act as a crime against humanity. And in 2006, the government affirmed this resolution that the 1.5 million Armenians who died during those years were in fact subject of the genocide. All across Canada today, and in my riding of Don Valley East, Canadian Armenians are holding commemoration ceremonies to mark this tragic event in history. And so on this solemn anniversary, I recognize the great work of the Armenian Genocide Centennial Committee of Canada, and an organization that unites Canadians and Armenians right across our great country. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Mississauga East, Cooksville.
The Second Battle of Ypres started 100 years ago on April 22nd, marks a pivotal moment in Canadian military history. Ypres was a battle of firsts for Canadians. It marked the Canadian Expeditionary Force's first significant engagement of the First World War, and despite the horror of the first chlorine gas attacks, adversity was turned into triumph at Kitchener's Wood, which marked Canada's first victory on European soil. Treating the wounded and dying at Ypres inspired Canadian physician Lieutenant Colonel John McCrae to pen the poem In Flanders Fields, which to this day urges us to remember the sacrifice and to hold the torch of remembrance high. Today and every day we honor those brave Canadians who fought and died during the Second Battle of Ypres. We hold high that torch of remembrance for all who have sacrificed in the struggle for enduring peace and freedom throughout the world. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable member for Scarborough Rouge River.
Mr. Speaker, today marks the 100th anniversary of the Armenian genocide. A century ago, the world stood silent while more than 1.5 million Armenians were killed. In recognizing this terrible event 11 years ago, this House passed a motion to acknowledge the Armenian genocide of 1915 and condemn this act as a crime against humanity. On this 100th anniversary, we again remember the suffering of those men, women, and children and mourn their loss. This dark period of our history cannot be forgotten, nor can we look aside from the ongoing suffering of countless other atrocities and crimes against humanity around the world. Today, we join with hundreds and thousands of Canadians of Armenian origin to remember the victims of this tragedy and to recommit to protecting fundamental human rights and dignity for all. Together, we stand united. Polarnes miats nagan.
The honourable member for Brampton-Springdale.
Mr. Speaker, my constituents in Brampton-Springdale are concerned about the Liberals' new mandatory pension payroll tax that could force a family of two workers in a home as much as $3,200 per year. This is what Liberals consistently do, force Canadians to pay higher taxes. We know the Liberal leader approves of the plan to raise payroll taxes. Our government does not believe in forcing Canadians into a single, compulsory one-size-fits-all approach, nor reaching into the pockets of hard-working, middle-class Canadians and reducing their take-home pay. Under our government, there will be no mandatory job killing, economy destabilizing, pension tax hike, not for employees, not for employers. And we will continue to support the vital small business sector, support the creation of jobs and growth with our low-tax, balanced budget. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable member for Skeena-Bulkley Valley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The friendship of the communities of Stewart, British Columbia, and Hyder, Alaska, represent the best of our friendship with our American cousins. The towns are interwoven and deeply connected, but on April 1st, the Conservative government decided to close the vital border crossing between Stewart and Hyder for 8 hours a day, cutting off these two intertwined communities one from the other. The Conservatives didn't consult with the local community or businesses, and the government admitted they won't even save any money by this action. The local businesses in the region have been clear. It will cause jobs in tourism, mining, and other pillars of that small community. And, Mr. Speaker, if this situation doesn't sound ridiculous enough already, last week the state of Alaska voted to offer to pay Canada to keep the border open 24 hours a day. When it comes to respecting our friendship with the United States and protecting the jobs and safety of northern communities, the Conservatives are an embarrassment. The people of Stewart and Hyder deserve better. Conservatives must change this idiotic decision. But rest assured, New Democrats government will come through for the people of Stewart and Hyder when we form government a little later this year.
The honourable member for South Shore St. Margaret's.
Mr. Speaker, I urge the NDP to actually read the budget, because this week the Minister of Finance tabled a great budget for middle-class Canadians. It's a balanced budget, just as we promised. It's cutting taxes for Canadians, just as we promised. And for example, Mr. Speaker, the new family tax cut and enhanced universal child care benefit will benefit 100% of families with kids, including in NDP ridings. The vast majority of these benefits go into low and middle-income families. The Liberals and the NDP will take this away and raise taxes on small business and workers, and under our government there will be no mandatory job-killing, economy-destabilizing pension tax hike, not for employees and not for employers.
Honourable member for Halifax West.
Mr. Speaker, with heavy hearts we note the passing of a great Nova Scotian. The Honourable Alistair Graham was an inspiration to so many people in Nova Scotia, across Canada and around the world. Born and raised in the coal mining town of Dominion on Cape Breton Island, he never forgot where he came from. A champion of Liberal International and president of the Nova Scotia Liberal Party and then the Liberal Party of Canada, he served in the Chrétien government as leader of the government in the Senate and regional minister for Nova Scotia. Throughout his career in radio, at DevCo, and in Parliament, he was a voice for the downtrodden and disenfranchised, a voice for social progress. He had a deep love for his family and took great pride in their achievements. He delighted to be with them, and our hearts go out to them. Al Graham was full of stories and jokes and fun and laughter. He was full of life. Goodbye, my friend. You will be missed.
The honourable member for Oak Ridges Markham.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, in 1972, the then Trudeau Liberal government seized thousands of acres of Class 1 farmland in my community, separating farmers from the lands that they had farmed for generations. Well, yesterday was truly an historic day as the Governor-General provided royal assent to the Rouge National Urban Park, Mr. Speaker. It's a great day. In 2008, I promised to find a way to reverse what the Liberals had done to my farmers, and yesterday we did that thanks to the hard work of the Minister of Environment and other members of Parliament on this side of the House, Mr. Speaker. This park will guarantee our farmers the right to farm with long-term leases. It also creates a national urban park for the first time under a model which can be used not only in Canada but globally, Mr. Speaker. In creating this park, we consulted with over 150 municipal, provincial, and Aboriginal partners. We took in over 15,000 comments, Mr. Speaker. The park will have the highest level of protection it has ever had, which far exceeds the protections the current provincial Liberal government gives. I'm so proud of the work that we have done, Mr. Speaker, to get this done, and I'm proud of the community that made this park a reality. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Rivière-du-Nord. Mr. Speaker, Mike Duffy's diary reads like a bad novel. A bad police novel with corruption, scandals, and a failed attempt to hide Duffy's dubious lobbying with Enbridge's senior management. But the Conservatives have always had a tendency to give special rights to the CEOs of major corporations. In the last budget, they go after the most vulnerable, taking $2 billion intended for the unemployed, rather than engaging the wealthiest and limiting privileges for CEOs paying themselves in stock options. In any case, the Conservatives don't think this is a problem. They just will leave this problem to our grandchildren. But no, our grandchildren deserve better. They deserve a Canada where no one is left behind. Well, they'll have that in October 2015 when their parents will vote for the only party that stands up for families, the NDP.
The honourable member for Saskatoon, Rosetown Bigger.
Mr. Speaker, my constituents of Saskatoon, Rosetown Bigger were very pleased
to see our Conservative government continue to lower taxes for Canadians with our balanced budget. Families all across Saskatchewan are looking forward to receiving the benefits from the family tax cut and enhanced universal childcare benefit. These benefits will leave 100% of families with kids with more money in their pockets. The Liberals and the NDP will take this away and raise taxes on small businesses and workers. Under our government, there will be no mandatory job-killing, economy-destabilizing pension tax hike, not for employees and not for employers.
Question orale, oral questions. The honourable member for Hamilton Centre.
Mr. Speaker, seems the finance minister let the cat out of the bag the other day. This budget's going to take billions from working families and give it to the wealthy few, leaving massive burdens for future generations. But the Prime Minister says, consequences be damned. Who cares if our grandkids have no money for health care or roads or pensions? The Conservatives are determined to funnel money to the wealthy, no matter what the cost. Mr. Speaker, why do they think hard-working Canadians should pay more so their insider friends can pay less?
Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, our family benefits will help 100% of families across Canada with kids, with the vast majority of the benefits going to low and middle-income Canadians. 11 million Canadians have a tax-free savings account, with the vast majority of accounts belonging again to low and middle-income earners. The Liberals and the NDP want high taxes on middle-class families, high taxes on middle-class seniors, and high taxes on middle-class consumers. Our Conservative government is lowering taxes on the middle class and lowering taxes for all Canadians.
For Hamilton Centre.
Mr. Speaker, the reality is Conservatives have a no-tax plan for the wealthy, and everybody else has to pay for it. They have a TFSA time bomb that funnels billions to the richest. They kept loopholes to let CEOs skip out on millions in taxes, and an income-splitting scheme that rewards the wealthy but does nothing for 85% of Canadians. Yet the Conservatives fail to invest even a cent in affordable childcare. Mr. Speaker, why are Conservatives proposing a budget that passes on the cost of their election promises to our children and grandchildren?
Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, we are proud to introduce a balanced budget, a plan for job creation, economic growth, while keeping taxes low. Thanks to our low-tax plan, the average Canadian family of four now has an extra $6,600 in their pockets every year. But, Mr. Speaker, here's what the opposition isn't telling you. The Liberals and the NDP want high taxes on middle-class families, high taxes on middle-class seniors, and high taxes on middle-class consumers. That's their plan, higher taxes for the middle class. Our Conservative government is lowering taxes on the middle class and lowering taxes for all Canadians.
Honourable member for Hamilton Centre.
Well, Mr. Speaker, while their budget was a most blatant example of electioneering, let's remember what Conservatives are really trying to hide from: questions about the Prime Minister's appointment of Mike Duffy to the Senate. Senate appointments are the sole responsibility of the Prime Minister, not someone else, as the Parliamentary Secretary keeps incorrectly claiming. Can that Parliamentary Secretary explain how the Conservatives could be the only people in Ottawa that didn't know Mike Duffy lived in Ottawa?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Prime Minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I've answered this question on a number of occasions. He is quite right, though, Mr. Speaker, in the sense that it is only Conservatives who understand how hard Canadian families work, Mr. Speaker. That's why we're putting more money back in their pockets with the policies that were brought forward by the Minister of Finance. But at the same time, the NDP could help. They could help by repaying the $2.7 million that they illegally used to fund illegal offices in Montreal, offices that they said they were creating in Ottawa with employees who actually lived in Ottawa, but we know that was a lie because they actually lived in Montreal and worked in Montreal against the rules of this House. They should pay back the $2.7 million they owe taxpayers.
Deputy Alfred Ballon.
The honourable member for Alfred Ballon. In order to be appointed to the Senate, the Constitution says the person shall be resident in the province for which he is appointed. It's a requirement the Prime Minister is supposed to make certain of, since he's the one who appoints senators. But we know the requirement wasn't met. Mike Duffy had been living in Canada, Ontario for years. So on the basis of what information exactly did the Prime Minister believe Mike Duffy was a resident of PEI? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Prime Minister. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As I've already said, the constitutional practice has been clear for almost 150 years. But it's also clear, Mr. Speaker, that it's against the rules of the House to use taxpayer resources for partisan purposes. 68 NDP members have used taxpayers' resources in violation of the House rules, and I would encourage all members of the NDP to make the right choice and repay the taxpayer. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The honourable member for Alfred Pellan. The more the Conservatives avoid answering, the more Canadians are getting suspicious about this. But the question is simple. Either the Prime Minister was unaware of Duffy's place of residence, which means he didn't do his homework, or he was aware, which would mean he shouldn't have made Duffy a senator for PEI. How does the Prime Minister explain his appointing Mike Duffy as a senator for a province he didn't even live in? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Prime Minister. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I've answered that question a number of times.
As I just mentioned, there are 68 members of the NDP who owe Canadian taxpayers $2.7 million, Mr. Speaker. The member who asked this question owes Canadian taxpayers over $29,000. $29,000 in illegal money that was funneled to an illegal office in Montreal, Mr. Speaker, against all of the rules of this House. Now, the NDP might think that's funny. I can assure you that Canadian taxpayers don't. They would rather the $2.7 million in their pockets as a result of their hard work and not in illegal offices in Montreal, Mr. Speaker. I suggest they pay it back.
The honourable member for Etobicoke North.
Mr. Speaker, the Finance Minister made it clear to Canadians that Conservatives only care about short-term political gain when he said that the TFSA increase for the rich will be paid for by Canada's next generation. Quote, why don't we leave it to the Prime Minister's granddaughter to solve that problem? The cost will rise exponentially by tens of billions of dollars a year for both the federal government and the provinces. Why are the Conservatives mortgaging the future generation instead of building a plan for jobs and growth?
The Honourable Parliament Secretary to the Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, we are proud to leave more money in the pockets of Canadians, which is good for future generations. The TFSA is the most popular savings vehicle since the RSP was introduced. 11 million accounts and growing, the majority of which are for low and middle income earners. The Liberals want high taxes on middle class families, high taxes on middle class seniors, and high taxes on middle class consumers. That's their plan, high taxes on the middle class. Our Conservative government is lowering taxes on the middle class, and we will not apologize for helping Canadians save for their future.
Member for Etobicoke North.
Mr. Speaker, in addition to saddling our future generation with a multi-billion-dollar mortgage, the Conservatives are funding this change by taking $32,000 from the poorest and most vulnerable seniors, by raising the OAS age from 65 to 67. Why are the Conservatives taking money away from low-income seniors and giving even more to high-wealth households? Why won't they help the middle class and those working hard to join it?
Parliament Secretary to the Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, it's our Conservative government that has fought for seniors. We've increased the guaranteed income supplement by the largest amount in more than a quarter century. They voted against it. We've introduced pension income splitting for seniors. They voted against it. Economic Action Plan 2015 introduces even more support for seniors, such as the new Home Accessibility Tax Credit, more compassionate care benefits, and lower required RIF withdrawals. They want to raise taxes on seniors. We're putting money back in the pockets of Canadian seniors.
The honourable member for Westmount Marie.
Monsieur le Président.
Mr. Speaker, the increased TFSA contribution limit will mainly benefit the wealthiest Canadians and will saddle future generations with a hefty fiscal burden. It's neither fair nor prudent. Canada is facing numerous challenges: an aging population, a stalled economy, a lack of good jobs, and crumbling infrastructure. We should not mortgage our future and stick the Prime Minister's granddaughter with the problem. Why is the government giving preferential treatment to the rich by mortgaging our children's future? The Honourable Minister of Employment. Mr. Speaker, almost two-thirds of Canadians who've maxed out their TFSA contributions earn less than $60,000. The Liberals think anyone earning $60,000 or less is wealthy and that they should be taxed more. That's the Liberal position, Mr. Speaker. We support taxpayers and seniors, and we're going to allow them to save more money without paying taxes on the gains. That's another Conservative mess-up. Here's another Conservative mess-up. A government ad promoting loans for apprentices shows workers committing multiple serious violations of workplace health and safety standards. The Conservatives are going to spend $7.5 million to promote their electioneering budget during the playoffs. Will the Conservatives stop wasting taxpayers' money on partisan ads full of misinformation and ads that violate workplace health and safety? The Honourable Minister of Employment. Mr. Speaker, our government funds loans for apprentices or subsidy grants for apprentices. And why? Because we need over 1 million new skilled workers in the years to come. We provide grants and loans to apprentices in order to help them fill the requirements of those jobs there. The NDP don't believe in skilled trades. They're opposed to those investments. Mr. Speaker, we are going to create jobs through training of our young people for jobs in the trades.
Well, we actually think health and safety is important in the workplace, and the Conservatives can't even get that right. They're spending $7.5 million in advertising for a snake oil sales job on a budget that leaves Canadians behind, and the Finance Minister has admitted the truth that our grandchildren will be saddled with the fiscal problems of billion-dollar handouts to the wealthiest few. Meanwhile, the number of out-of-work Canadians applying for EI benefits has surged, but fewer and fewer are being accepted. Why do the Conservatives think that helping the wealthy buy a second BMW is more important than helping Canadians and parents put food on the table?
The Honourable Minister of Employment and Social Development. Mr. Speaker, they think anybody who makes $60,000 a year is too wealthy. 60% of those who have maximized their tax-free savings accounts earn less than $60,000 a year. Two-thirds of those who have maxed out are seniors. Mr. Speaker, these are people who are taking money from their RSP, putting it into their tax-free savings accounts so that they can have a tax-free nest egg to live on. These are middle and lower-income seniors, and the NDP wants to raise their taxes.
The Honourable Member for Rimouski. Mr. Speaker, the Conservatives are dumping a hefty burden on the shoulders of future generations. The Conservative budget does nothing for Quebec, the regions, families. They're cutting health transfers to Quebec. Infrastructure funding will be delayed and insufficient. And what's more, the Conservatives are making more cuts to the Economic Development Agency for the regions of Quebec. Is regional economic development not a priority for the Conservatives? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Mr. Speaker, the Development Agency for Regional Quebec continues to help all regions of Quebec with their economic development. We are a partner of choice, and we'd like other partners like the NDP to vote in favour of our budget that will help out with a number of projects in economic development in Quebec. The Honourable Member for Rivière-des-Mille-Îles.
Into taking unpaid internships with the hopes of one day landing a job. Under the Conservatives' watch, thousands of interns have been left without basic workplace protections. After finally committing in the budget to take action to protect interns, Conservatives then voted against my private member's bill, the Intern Protection Act. Why are handouts to the wealthy few so put on the fast track, while rights for vulnerable workers put on the back burner?
Honourable Minister of Labour.
I guess I asked the member opposite, are you supporting the budget? Because we are supporting interns. Economic Action Plan 2015 specifically outlines for interns in federal jurisdiction, regardless of the pay they receive, occupational health and safety benefits. Please just read the text. We are very focused on making sure that people are safe and productive in the workplace. In addition to that, we're also focused on making sure Canadians have jobs, which they're also against. We're for lowering taxes. They're for heightening them on middle-class Canadians. Facts are, Mr. Speaker, we're doing things to make sure the workplaces are safe, productive, and individuals are making funds. You know, the NDP totally opposed to all those things.
Right.
Honourable member for Rivière-des-Mille. It doesn't add up, Mr. Speaker. The unemployment rate for young people is twice the national average. Too many young people are forced to take unpaid internships because there are no jobs available. Despite the Conservative promise to do something in the budget, they voted against my bill to protect interns. Does the government really mean to do something, or are they just going to leave this up to the Prime Minister's granddaughter? The Honourable Minister of Labour.
I just mentioned what's in Economic Action Plan 2015. You know, our government knows that internships in particular can provide important learning experiences so you get that first job. We're focused on making sure internships are available. They've been available in our previous budgets and in this one. In fact, we've created 1.2 million net new jobs since the downturn of the recession through numerous mechanisms. The NDP are against those things. In addition to that, we're about lowering taxes, making sure middle-class Canadians, and even those students getting an income, have lower taxes. They want to heighten taxes on every Canadian.
That's right.
Honourable member for Argenteuil-Papineau-Mirabel. The Conservative government is putting billions into the pockets of the wealthiest few, but there's nothing in the budget to help women, nothing to support them with their careers by providing affordable childcare, nothing to provide for equal pay. With income splitting, the Conservatives are saying to women to stay home, and now with this budget, women will have no other choice. Why has the government done nothing to help women? The Honourable Minister of Employment.
And I refer to the budget, there's a new action plan for women entrepreneurs. Again, creating new jobs. That's what we need to do. Create new jobs. We know that when women lead a company, they actually hire more women. Again, creating more jobs.
Right.
Let alone the universal child care benefit, which actually will benefit every mother, every father, by making sure they have a benefit, unlike the plan that the NDP have put forward. We're about making sure we support families, particularly women, making sure they have great jobs. They vote against it every time.
That's right.
This budget took no action on violence against women, pay equity, or childcare. Nothing to empower women to make those choices. Women are more than half of university graduates, but when they graduate, they will earn 10 to 30% less than men. Shame. Women need access to childcare, to proactive pay equity, freedom from violence, and strong federal leadership on gender equality. Why did the budget help the wealthiest few while ignoring half of Canada's population?
Honourable Minister for the Status of Women.
Mr. Speaker, again, Economic Action Plan specifically focuses on issues with sexual harassment in the workplace, making sure that women are protected there, let alone the number of initiatives that we have moved forward on to make sure that we're supporting victims of crime. I can say that, as I just mentioned earlier, about job creation. You know, women entrepreneurs, a new action plan for women entrepreneurs, creating jobs, and they, in turn, create more jobs, particularly for women. I encourage the member opposite, read the budget. We're about making sure jobs are created, taxes are lowered, Canadian women are supported through the universal childcare benefit. They vote against these things every single time.
Member for the Ottawa Centre.
Mr. Speaker, in this budget, Conservatives showed once again they have no respect for public servants. How can they claim to be bargaining in good faith when with the public service on sick days when they're already declaring what the outcome will be? That's not good faith. That's not respecting the process, and it's not negotiation. Why does the minister show such disrespect for the public servants who work hard every day for all Canadians, and they work hard actually for him, and they work hard for this government every day? Why such disrespect for public servants here in Ottawa and across the country?
To the President of the Treasury Board.
Mr. Speaker, the government is committed to having good faith and meaningful negotiations with bargaining agents on sick leave and the short-term disability plan. The proposed disability plan gives public servants the comprehensive safety net that they need while protecting taxpayers that pay the bill. This is a win-win situation, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Pontiac. In their budget, the Conservatives are assuming that they're going to save $900 million on sick leave and disability benefits for federal officials this year, even though no agreement has been reached with the unions. The president of the Treasury Board says he wants to bargain in good faith, but does he realize that by acting unilaterally, he's doing exactly the opposite? Is he deliberately trying to derail the legitimate collective bargaining process for our hard-working public servants who do such a good job? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
The government is committed to good faith and meaningful negotiations with bargaining agents on sick leave and the short-term disability plan. The 40-year-old sick leave accumulation system is antiquated, not responsive to the needs of the majority of our employees. Over 60% of employees in the core of public administration do not have enough banked sick leave to cover a full period of short-term disability. That's why the government is proposing a short-term disability plan that would help public servants get healthy and back to work. Again, Mr. Speaker, we're looking out for the taxpayer. We're looking out for our employees. This can be a win-win for everyone.
The honourable member for Bourassa. Mr. Speaker, it wasn't enough for CRA to bully charities. Now they're campaigning for the Conservatives on the pretext of requesting information they already have. They're boosting Conservative policies that haven't even yet passed through Parliament. This waste is arrogant, and Canadians aren't fooled. Why are the Conservatives being so cavalier with taxpayer money? The Honourable Minister. Twice, the opposition voted for an increase to the universal child care benefit, an increase for $2,000 for children under 6 and $700 for children between 6 and 14. Now the Liberals don't want parents to know that that money is available because the Liberals want to take that money away from them and put it in the pockets of big bureaucracy. We want to put it in the pockets of mums and dads.
Mr. Speaker, veterans' benefits must also be an issue the government wants to leave to the Prime Minister's grandchildren. First, they claw back $1.1 billion from Veterans Affairs so they can dole it out in inadequate portions later. Then they deny 900 fired frontline workers was badly impacting veterans, despite their own department's warning, until they were forced to rehire a small fraction of them. Now they announce new financial benefits, but won't cover PTSD. Why are Canada's veterans always an afterthought from these Conservatives?
Right. Secretary to the Minister of Veterans Affairs.
How Untrue Economic Action Plan 2015 not only benefits all Canadians, including low and middle income Canadians, but also veterans, Mr. Speaker. Let me give you some examples. Within this economic action plan is the new Retirement Income Security Benefit, which provides moderately to severely disabled veterans with a monthly income support payment beginning at age 65. There's also the Family Caregiver Relief Benefit, a new benefit for caregivers, Mr. Speaker, and the Critical Injury Benefit, which provides a $70,000 tax-free award to support those Canadian Armed Forces personnel who experience a sudden injury, Mr. Speaker. Will this member support our veterans by supporting our economic action plan? That is the question.
12. Speaker, those benefits cut them from a $60,000 pension to a $27,000 pension and back to $42,000. So why don't they get their full $60,000 pension? Veterans suffering from latent long-term symptoms of PSD are also excluded from VAC's new injury award under Bill C-58. Even Veterans Ombudsman acknowledges it doesn't go nearly far enough in supporting injured veterans, as it will affect only a handful of former service members each year and none with PTSD. Why are the Conservatives so stubbornly refusing to present a plan that will honour our sacred obligation to veterans and all their families?
Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Veterans Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, this member really needs to start following the exciting new initiatives that we're delivering for our veterans. He should be aware, Mr. Speaker, that we are expanding and opening 9 new mental health injury clinics to support our veterans and their families all across Canada. Mr. Speaker, I mentioned in this Economic Action Plan the Family Caregiver Relief Benefit, which provides eligible veterans with a tax-free annual grant of over $7,200 to ensure that the veterans' needs are met. Mr. Speaker, that's going to support his family. Will this member support our veterans by supporting this Economic Action Plan, which has so many excellent measures for our veterans and their families?
The honourable member for London Fanshawe.
Ontario farmers are worried because avian flu has been confirmed on a second farm in Oxford County, and the quarantine now stretches into Waterloo Region. This is the second major outbreak of bird flu in Canada in the last 6 months, at a time when Conservative cuts have decimated the Canadian Food Inspection Agency. It's lost 300 employees, while 54 positions in animal health remain unfilled. What's the government's plan to contain the outbreak and protect the poultry industry? Will the Conservatives reverse their destructive cuts to CFIA?
Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Agriculture.
Mr. Speaker, testing has confirmed that H5 avian influenza is on a number of farms in Ontario. We're working closely with the province, industry and producers, and CFIA has placed the farms under quarantine and has established appropriate control zones in accordance with international protocols. CFIA will continue to keep the public informed of developments through their technical briefings.
Honourable member for London Fanshawe.
Mario Martinez-Diaz came to Canada as a temporary foreign worker. His employer repeatedly broke the contract Diaz had signed before coming, including changing the job description and the wage. But has his employer had his labour market opinion revoked? No. Has his employer been put on the blacklist? No. So much for getting tough on abuse of the program, Mr. Speaker. Why do the Conservatives always promise reforms and then fall into the same old patterns of neglect when the media spotlight fades?
Minister of Employment and Social Development.
Mr. Speaker, our position on the temporary foreign worker program is that Canadians should always come first for Canadian jobs. That's why we brought in increased inspections, massively increased inspections. We have brought in severe penalties and fines for those who break the terms and conditions of the program, and we have capped the number of temporary foreign workers in low-wage sectors that a business of more than 10 employees can have at 10% of the workforce. Mr. Speaker, this ensures that employers will go out and hire Canadians and pay fair wages so that our working people always get ahead.
Honourable member for Churchill.
Monsieur le Président.
Mr. Speaker, another file bearing the brunt of Conservative incompetency is the Northern issue, Mr. Speaker. Canada is preparing to hand off the chairmanship of the Arctic Council in the midst of controversy and accusations of politicization of the Council by the Minister of the Environment. Let's hope that the U.S. will be able to repair the damage caused by this government. How can the Minister justify such accusations that are undermining cooperation within the Arctic Council? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, our government is proud of the initiatives we put forward during our chairmanship of the Arctic Council, and we look forward to the meetings in Iqaluit. The Arctic Council is an intergovernmental forum for cooperation on sustainable development and environmental protection issues. It does not deal with matters related to defence and security, as you know, Mr. Speaker. However, the fact remains that no other government in Canadian history has done more to stand up for our Arctic sovereignty than this Conservative government.
Member for Churchill.
Mr. Speaker, the question is, if the government is so proud, why have they cancelled a planned showcase of Canada's accomplishments when it comes to the Arctic? In fact, we heard from the minister from Nunavut, quote, it was cancelled because the challenges of everything happening all at once. But documents show that the meeting was cancelled because of direction from senior levels of the Canadian government. Can the minister confirm that the meeting was cancelled because they expected to be embarrassed for their own failures in the North?
Exactly. Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Once again, Mr. Speaker, the Arctic Council is very important for Canada. Obviously, we have a very important role to play. The chairmanship over the last 2 years was led very ably by our Minister of the Environment. I'll also say, Mr. Speaker, that the Arctic Council is an important forum for us to discuss a variety of issues, including Arctic sovereignty and Canada's claims on sovereignty in the Arctic. We're backing that up with strong investments in the Arctic. We're making sure that our voice is heard at the Arctic Council. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Medicine Hat.
Mr. Speaker, earlier this week, the Finance Minister tabled our government's
balanced budget, and a low tax plan for jobs and growth. Mr. Speaker, on this side of the House, we believe in helping families and giving them back more of their hard-earned money.
Yes, we do.
Can the Minister of Employment please tell this House what Budget 2015 does for Canadian families?
Honourable Minister of Employment and Social Development.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I have good news and bad news. The good news is that Economic Action Plan 2015 expands and extends the universal child care benefit. For every child under 6, it's $2,000. For every child 6 through 17, it's $720, regardless of the family's income or the child care they choose. Now the bad news. There are 200,000 Canadian families who've not yet signed up to receive this benefit from our Conservative government. They have exactly 1 week until the deadline to sign up and receive the first installment of this increased and expanded benefit. I strongly encourage people to go to canada.ca/tax savings to get the money that they deserve.
Honourable member for Scarborough Rouge River.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Canadians have made it very clear that they are opposed to the Conservative cuts to our postal service. Yesterday, protesters even followed the Prime Minister to Winnipeg to condemn the cuts to home delivery that so many Canadians rely on. Canada Post made millions in profits last year, which just underlines how wrong the Conservatives were to cut home delivery. Will they now do the right thing for our communities and halt their reckless cuts to our postal services?
Parliament Secretary to the Minister of Transport.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll remind the member that Canada Post is an arm's-length Crown corporation, Mr. Speaker, responsible for its own business decisions, especially its 5-point plan. Mr. Speaker, as the member will know, Canada Post is delivering now 1.4 billion fewer letters last year than in 2006, Mr. Speaker. That trend continues to decline. And 2/3 of Canadians currently do not receive door-to-door, Mr. Speaker. Canada Post has made a decision that in order to save Daily Mail, it will do so according to its 5-point plan. The member should support that.
The Honourable Member for Dublin-Glenview. 2 years ago, a report commissioned by Canada Post predicted a loss of $250 million in 2014. But this year, Canada Post recorded a profit of $300 million. We're talking about a mistake of $500 million. Canada Post used that report to end home mail delivery against the advice of some 500 municipalities, including Terrebonne. Will the minister finally admit her mistake and put an end to Canada Post's plan? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Mr. Speaker, in 2014, Canada Post delivered 1.4 billion fewer letters than in the past. 2/3 of Canadians do not receive mail at home, and Canada Post must balance its finances without imposing a burden on Canadian taxpayers. And we expect nothing less from Canada Post. The Honourable Member for Louis-Saint-Laurent. The government keeps telling us that Canada Post is an entity that makes its own decisions and that they have nothing to do with it. But that's false, Mr. Speaker, because the government is responsible for listening to the people of this country. Canada Post used a flawed report. More than 500 municipalities are calling for them to do their homework. Seniors, people with reduced mobility, and SMEs are seeing their essential services cut. When will the minister take decisive action and put an end to this senseless plan? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, Canada Post is an independent Crown corporation that operates at arm's length from the government. It has a CEO and a board of directors, Mr. Speaker, who make the decisions on their operations. They have a 5-point plan precisely because Canada Post is delivering 1.4 billion fewer letter mail pieces in 2014 than in 2006. They have a responsibility to operate well into the future fiscally without being a burden to taxpayers. Mr. Speaker, we do expect them to do that.
The Honourable Member for the Gaspésie-Les-Îles-de-la-Madeleine. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The lobster fishery is slated to start in Magdalen Islands on May 9th, but yesterday the Minister, or the Department of Fisheries and Ocean, put forth contradictory administrative notices, and as a result, DFO is requiring a log to be filled out for each outing at sea And that has nothing to do with the species management. Why doesn't the minister grant a stay in order to allow for real consultations?
The Honourable Minister of Fisheries and Oceans.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The department is in discussion with the association and the province, and will be consulting lobster fishers on this matter. We'll continue to work with our partners to get agreement on a way forward. But, Mr. Speaker, increasingly consumers demand traceability of their food products, and industry certification demands additional information from the industry, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Malpeque.
Mr. Speaker, yesterday at the Mike Duffy trial, it was revealed that an expense claim for makeup services in 2009 was rejected by Senate finance officials as not parliamentary business. That being the case, can the government explain how makeup services were then paid by the Senate in 2010 through Duffy's slush fund, including those services used by the Prime Minister? Really? Will the government conduct a broad inquiry to determine what other government or Conservative Party expenses were also forced onto the back of the Senate?
Good question.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Prime Minister.
Obviously, Mr. Speaker, these type of expenses are not passed on to taxpayers. Mr. Speaker, this, of course, is a question, an unfortunate question coming from a member who was accused of living expenses that were inappropriate. I don't understand why the Liberals would have him ask this question. I mean, they should have had the member for York West. No, the member York West couldn't have done it. Or maybe the member for Kings Hants promised to pay back $40 million, so it couldn't have been him. Maybe Vancouver Centre. No, Vancouver Centre, though, she's got illegal campaign debts. So I guess it does fall on him to ask this question. Hearing the Liberals talk about ethics is like listening to people about Sasquatch. You see it, you hear a lot about it, you just never see it.
The Honourable Member for Acadie Bathurst.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Now let's talk about the snow crab fisheries licenses. The New Brunswick Court of Appeal ruled in favor of Sirenius Dugas, a crab fisherman from New Brunswick, in a decision and that was supported by the Supreme Court in 2013, but the case is now back before the courts. So can the Minister of Fisheries do as her predecessor did and wait for the end of this process before interfering in the transfer of this license to Peter and Adam Godet, who are PEI fishers, or will she respect the decision of the Court of Appeal, which is supported by the Supreme Court?
The Honourable Minister of Fisheries and Oceans.
This issue has spent considerable time before the courts, and I can assure you that DFO's decision will be guided by court decisions and by DFO policies.
My apologies, we skipped a slot there, and we're going to go back to the Honourable Member for Malpeque.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Parliamentary Secretary's answer to the previous question, I would suggest he stated outside, but it does show what kind of a makeup artist the Parliamentary Secretary really is. And surely, when the Prime Minister is using makeup artists, surely any makeup artist who is given the kind of close access to the Prime Minister would have to go through an RCMP background check. Everything would be documented. So in 2010, Mr. Speaker, when it's found that there was expenses done illegally through the Duffy Slush Fund, will the government come clean and tell us how much it's costing for the Prime Minister's blush and makeup and hairspray from taxpayers?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, as you know, taxpayers do not cover these expenses. When it comes to blush and hairspray, I suggest he ask the Liberal Member of Parliament for Mississauga, Brampton. I think she would have much more knowledge of that, Mr. Speaker. But when it comes to, again, to ethics and the Liberals, I understand why they're having such trouble. Again, I mean, the Leader of the Opposition could ask that question, but, of course, he accepted money when he was giving speeches from unions and from churches and from school groups when he should have been actually in here doing his job as a member of Parliament, Mr. Speaker. So I guess there's a limited number of MPs on that side who can actually talk about ethics. We'll continue to do the right thing, Mr. Speaker. We'll continue to provide the assistance to the Crown, and if Mr. Duffy is found guilty, then he should suffer the consequences of that.
Member for Skeena-Bulkley Valley.
Speaker, on April 1st, in the form of some cruel joke, the Conservatives shut down the
the border crossing between Stewart, BC and Hyder, Alaska for 8 hours every day. The 2 remote communities share emergency services that will be now closed a full third of the time. Local tourism, mining and other business community leaders say that this is a disaster for the local economy. It's become so absurd that the Alaskan state legislature recently voted unanimously to offer to pay Canada to keep our border open. This has become a ridiculous yet dangerous problem. When will this minister stand up and reverse this idiotic and irresponsible decision?
Honourable Parliament Secretary to the Minister of Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, our government is of course focused on ensuring our shared border is secure while easing the flow of legitimate travel and trade. We are investing in border infrastructure to support this objective, including new lanes at the busiest crossings. The port of entry that the member is speaking about has less than 10 travellers who pass during non-peak hours. It is simply not feasible to pay a highly trained border services officer to stand at an unused border crossing. Additionally, in cases of emergency, contingency plans are in place to allow smooth passage through the border in non-peak hours. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Yukon.
Speaker, Omar Ahmed Khadr is a convicted murderer. Under the direction of jihadist terrorists, he killed Army Medic Sergeant Christopher Spear. He left Tabitha Spear without a husband. He left Taryn and Tanner Spear without a father. Media reporting that this terrorist will now receive bail and will be out on our streets. Can the Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Public Safety please update this House on our government's position on this outcome?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
I'd like to thank the member for the Yukon for that question and for his work in public safety. Mr. Speaker, we are very disappointed with this decision, and I'm here to say that we will appeal. Omar Ahmed Khadr pleaded guilty to heinous crimes, including the murder of American Army Medic Sergeant Christopher Spear. We have vigorously defended against any attempt to lessen his punishment for these crimes. While the Liberals refuse to rule out special compensation for this convicted terrorist, and the NDP actively tries to force Canadian taxpayers to compensate him, we believe the victims of crime, not the perpetrators, are the ones who deserve full compensation.
The honourable member for Sydney, Victoria.
Mr. Speaker, Cape Breton seniors, like many across this country, have been left out in the cold by this Conservative budget. 82-year-old Minnie Percy, who lives in a seniors apartment complex and is president of the North Sydney Seniors and Pensioner Clubs, states, she says, I can't see anything in it for seniors unless you have $50,000 or $60,000 stashed away in the bank. Like many other seniors, she finds it hard to go month to month, let alone save. Why are the Conservatives taking from the poor seniors and giving to the rich?
The Honourable Minister of Employment.
Mr. Speaker, I don't understand how the Liberal Party can conclude that a senior who earns under $60,000 is rich. Mr. Speaker, it's pretty rich coming from the Liberal Party, which wants to raise taxes on those seniors. Well, this is how it works. When a senior takes money out of his or her RSP, they put it into tax-free savings accounts. They have a nest egg that they can use to draw income to pay the monthly bills. Mr. Speaker, we want to take taxes off of that nest egg. That's what the tax-free savings accounts do. They give most of the benefits to people earning less than $60,000 a year, people on whom the Liberals would raise taxes.
Honourable member for Mississauga, Streetsville.
Mr. Speaker, while our government has balanced the budget while lowering taxes, both opposition parties would reach into the pockets of hard-working middle-class Canadians and reduce their take-home pay with a forced CPP hike. My constituents in Mississauga Streetsville are concerned with the new Liberal pension payroll tax that could force a family of 2 workers to pay as much as $3,200 more per year. Can the Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Finance please inform the House of our government's view on a mandatory expansion of CPP?
Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank the member from Mississauga Streetsville for that excellent question. There are many other options, voluntary options, tax-saving options, that we have enhanced to help people save. What we will not suggest is raising taxes on workers claiming it is for their own good. Under our government, there will be no mandatory, job-killing, economy-destabilizing pension tax hike, not for employees, not for employers. Our government is focused on reducing taxes on the middle class, not increasing taxes like the Liberals and the NDP would do.
Honourable member for Edmonton St. Albert.
Mr. Speaker, the government has spent almost $5 million fighting 15 losing court cases, including over $1 million trying to defend minimum mandatory sentences and abolishing early parole eligibility. Why does the Minister of Justice insist on wasting taxpayers' dollars on expensive litigation after routinely ignoring internal Department of Justice advice that his proposed legislation is almost certainly not compliant with the Charter?
The Honourable Parliament Secretary to the Minister of Justice.
Mr. Speaker, it is worth noting that while the government at any given moment is involved in some 50,000 litigation files, about 85% of them are not initiated by the government. I would also note for the honourable member that in the majority of these cases, the government has been successful. Right. We remain committed to defending the rights of Canadians and to ensuring that their hard-earned tax dollars are spent efficiently and effectively, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Edmonton St. Albert.
Mr. Speaker, Budget 2015 predicts a $3.6 billion employment insurance surplus, which the government is using as a revenue source in order to balance its budget. However, the number of Albertans applying for employment insurance benefits rose by a startling 30%, almost 30% in February. Now that the EI surplus has been depleted, how is the government going to fund the anticipated spike in insurance employment claims?
The Honourable Minister of Employment.
Mr. Speaker, our policy is that the employment insurance account should balance over the median term. For example, during the recession, it was in a deficit. In the subsequent years, the account pays back that deficit. As a result, Mr. Speaker, we are able to reduce EI payroll taxes by about 20% in the year 2017. Now, the Liberals and the NDP want to raise those payroll taxes to fund a 45-day work year. That is to allow to have people work only 45 days and then collect EI for the rest of the year. That would be expensive. It would drive up taxes and kill jobs. We won't let that happen.
And that will conclude question period for today. Tabling of documents. Dépôt de documents. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, on behalf of the Minister of Foreign Affairs and pursuant to Standing Order 32.2, I have the honour to table in both official languages the treaties entitled The Agreement between the Government of Canada and the Government of the State of Israel on Air Transport, done at Jerusalem on January 21st, 2015. Also, the Agreement on Social Security between the Government of Canada and the Government of the People's Republic of China, done at Ottawa on April 2nd, 2015, and the Agreement between the Government of Canada and the Government of Burkina Faso for the promotion and protection of investments, done at Ottawa on April 20th, 2015. And an explanatory memorandum is included with each treaty.
That's good news.
Tabling of documents. Introduction of government bills. Dépôt de projet de loi émanant du gouvernement. Minister's statements. It is with great sadness that we mark the passing of Senator Pierre-Claude Nolin, the Speaker of the Senate. Nos pensées et nos prières.
Our thoughts and prayers are with Senator Nolin's family and friends at this time of great loss, as well as with the entire Senate community.
Leader of the House, Leader of the Government in the House.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It is with great sadness that we learn today of the death of the Speaker of the Senate, Senator Pierre-Claude Nolin. He was a very distinguished man, a man with a great deal of character. He was a strong Quebecer who was proud to be Canadian.
Strong and clear voice, dedicating to serving Quebecers and all Canadians, and he did so as a member of the upper chamber for over 21 distinguished years.
During his time in the Senate, he contributed to numerous committees covering a broad range of issues, including legal and constitutional affairs, foreign affairs and international trade, national security and defense, and banking, trade, and commerce. After having been unanimously elected Speaker pro tempore of the Senate in 2013, he was appointed Speaker of the Senate in 2014. A strong supporter of the military, Senator Nolin was a member of the Cercle des Honoraires of the Régiment de Maisonneuve since 1995. becoming an honorary lieutenant colonel of the regiment in 2012. In 2014, he was also named a commander of the Order of St. Lazarus.
Mr. Speaker, I first came to know P.C. Nolan, as we commonly called him, as a political organizer, and he was very much an organizer's organizer, the best kind, and by that I mean one who was determined above all to deliver victory. And in 1984, he was a key player on the team that did just that for the Conservative Party in Quebec, restoring and reviving the party in a province where it had languished since the First World War. The result was a positive one, which made our country stronger. As a senator, P.C. Nolan was serious and diligent in what he saw as the important duty of the Senate, to test and scrutinize the legislation we send over there. A Conservative minister heading to the Senate to testify on a bill might have thought that Senator Nolan, as a proud partisan and a good team player, would give you an easy ride. Such a minister was in for a surprise. As I experienced firsthand, friendship and partisan ties were set aside and replaced with a higher duty. Senator Nolan would probe to ensure that a minister was truly master of the legislation presented. And then he would unerringly test the vulnerabilities of a bill and obtain the reasoned assurances that any proposal truly and genuinely reflected the public interest. He was ensuring through his work that the Senate of Canada performed the diligent task envisioned for it when Sir John A. Macdonald, George Etienne Cartier, and the other fathers of Confederation built the structures of our new country and a century-and-a-half-old parliamentary democracy that endures successfully today. Nous souhaitons
We wish to express our sincere condolences to his wife, Camille, to his 3 children, Simon, Louis, and Virginie, and to his grandchildren, as well as to his entire family, friends, and colleagues in the Senate. As the Prime Minister said, Pierre-Claude Nolin is now part of that small group of persons whose life and example have enhanced the institution they served while contributing to the common good. His distinguished service to the upper chamber and to our country will be remembered and honored. Thank you.
The Honourable Opposition House Leader.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It is with great sadness this morning that we learned of the death of Senator Pierre-Claude Nolin, a great gentleman who has devoted his life to public life and served Parliament and the public with competence and devotion. The leader of the official opposition has made a statement just earlier, and the members of my caucus and myself are thinking primarily of his family and nearest and dearest at this painful time.
Mr. Speaker, I first met Senator Pierre-Claude Nolin, ironically outside the Senate, in a panel for the 1997 election campaign on election night. And his charm and his friendly manner impressed me right from the beginning. I was earlier today upstairs in the parliamentary cafeteria, and the sadness of the staff there when they learned of his death is really a testament to how he was appreciated on Parliament Hill. He was appointed to the Senate in 1993 and then to the role of Speaker only last November. And Senator Nolin spent his entire life involved in politics and the betterment of his community and Canada as a whole. Over the years, Senator Nolin became well-known and respected for his fierce independence and disregard for partisanship on matters of importance to him. So esteemed was he by his colleagues, as we know, Mr. Speaker, that they unanimously chose him to be their Speaker of the Senate. And though he was a loyal Conservative, as my colleague has just mentioned, he voted often across party lines on a number of occasions. And just to mention one, in 2002, he was chair of the Senate committee that called for the legalization of marijuana, and he continued to oppose harsh penalties for marijuana possession throughout his career. My
colleague from Acadie Bathurst reminded me just now, he always had a very strong support for bilingualism in this country. When he became the Speaker of the Senate, he said that he would exercise his powers in a non-partisan way to defend the institution and restore the reputation of it. his transparency and accountability were basic principles that guided his actions, both as an individual and as a parliamentarian. Last week, as he was battling the cancer that was ravaging his body, Senator Nolin stated that he would try to tighten Senate rules.
Form of cancer that took him far too soon. And his courage in his fight is an inspiration for all of us. To Senator
Nolin, his family and friends, know that our thoughts and prayers are with you. Rest in peace, Senator Pierre-Claude Nolin. You will be missed. The honourable member for Bourassa. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have the honour of rising to speak on this occasion. We were all aware of Senator Nolin's health problems, but it came as a shock this morning to learn of his passing. It is a reminder that our lives are finite and our time on this earth limited. The challenge is to make the best possible use of the time we have. In the time that Senator Nolin was given, he did make a lasting contribution. He married and raised 3 children, and I extend my most sincere condolences to his wife Camille and his children Simon, Louis, and Virginie. Senator Nolin was an influential advocate for the Acadian community in New Brunswick. He was a political organizer and played an important role in building both the Progressive Conservative Party and the party that emerged from the merger of the PCs and the Reform Party, the current Conservative Party of Canada. However, he was also an independent thinker. Notably, he chaired the Canadian Senate Special Committee on Illegal Drugs, which recommended legalizing the use of marijuana in Canada. He also advocated for the rights of married same-sex couples to equal status in the courts of law. These were positions that were controversial among some Canadians, including many within his own party. As Senator Nolin remarked, it's easier for a senator to do his job if he makes decisions less based on partisanship. Free choice for everyone is often a better guide. Words we would all be wise to remember. Near the end of his life, he took on the tough and thankless task of reforming the Senate so that it was more accountable and transparent. That work remains to be completed, unfortunately, but it is a testament to Senator Nolin's character that he was entrusted by his peers with this responsibility. On behalf of the Liberal Party of Canada, I express my condolences to the family and friends of Senator Nolin, and I thank him for his contribution to our country. Pierre-Claude Nolin, Senator, rest in peace.
See, the honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands is rising on a point of order.
The same point, Mr. Speaker. I just wanted to add a few words again to say that Speaker Nolin was a friend to all in this place, that his...
Just before the honourable member proceeds, I wonder if there's unanimous consent of the House that the honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands participate in the statements by ministers. The honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. At the point that Pierre-Claude Nolin took over as the Speaker of the Senate, I'd had the great privilege of being in this place for some time. He was extraordinarily gracious. He was always a nonpartisan face of welcome for those of us from the House of Commons who had occasion to be over in the Senate. The news of his illness, of course, had reached all of us some time ago, but it's still a tremendous shock. His passing is a shock, and I just wanted to express on behalf of the Green Party and myself our deepest condolences to his family and those who are close to him. He was a great Canadian. He will be missed.
I now invite the honourable members to rise so we can have a moment of silence in memory of the Honourable Pierre-Claude Nolin, Speaker of the Senate. I thank the honourable members.
Reports from interparliamentary delegations. Presenting reports from committees, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Natural Resources.
Mr. Speaker, I have the honour to present in both official languages the 10th report of the Standing Committee on Natural Resources in relation to Bill C-46, an Act to amend the National Energy Board Act and the Canada Oil and Gas Operations Act. The committee has studied the bill and has decided to report the bill back to the House with amendments.
Présentation de
Presenting reports from committees.
Introduction of private members' bills. Mr. Kotler, seconded by Mr. Eiking, moves for leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Criminal Code, Independence of the Judiciary. This motion is deemed adopted. The honourable member for Mount Royal.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to introduce the Independence of the Judiciary Act, which would ensure that judges have the necessary discretion to impose principled and proportionate sentences tailored to the particularities of individual circumstances, individual offenders, and individual victims. Everyone in this House seeks to prevent crime and keep Canadians safe. Sometimes, however, measures intended to achieve these laudable objectives, which we all share, turn out to be ineffective, counterproductive, and unjust. Such is unfortunately the case with the government's ever-increasing reliance on mandatory minimum sentencing provisions. As the Supreme Court said last week, empirical evidence suggests that mandatory minimum sentences do not, in fact, deter crimes. Instead, they lead to prison overcrowding, they disproportionately impact Aboriginals and other minority groups, they increase costs for taxpayers, they may violate the Charter, and they are, as one American study put it, a recipe for recidivism. While this bill would maintain the mandatory minimum sentencing requirement where warranted, it would allow judges to vary mandated sentences where it is deemed just and reasonable to do so, provided they give written reasons for doing so. Mr. Speaker, it is in the interest of both justice and public safety that the sentence fit the particularities of the crime. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Kotler, seconded by Mr. Eiking, moves that the bill be now read a first time and be printed. This motion is deemed adopted.
First reading of this bill, première lecture de ce projet de loi.
And when shall the bill be read a second time? At the next sitting of the House. Madame Freeman.
Ms. Freeman, seconded by Mr. Dion-Abel, seeks leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Navigation Protection Act, Viceroy Lake and Other Lakes and Rivers. This motion is deemed adopted. The Honourable Member for Argenteuil-Papineau-Mirabel. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In the honour of Earth Day this week, I table today this bill to amend the Navigation Protection Act, which covers over 1,000 waterways in my riding. I live in a riding with a lot of water, and water is at the heart of our identity. We take great advantage of our waterways, but these are also symbols of our lifestyles and culture, but the Conservatives have withdrawn protection for many waterways, hundreds of lakes and rivers all across the country. Lakes and rivers are a public resource that has to be protected for future generations, and that's why I am moving to introduce this act to protect 46 acres and rivers in my riding of Argenteuil-Papineau-Mirabel, including Viceroy Lake, Lac des Plages, Big McDonald Lake, Echo Lake, and the North River. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Madame Freeman.
Ms. Freeman, seconded by Mr. Dion-Abel, moves that this bill be now read a first time and printed. The motion is deemed adopted.
First reading of this bill, première lecture de ce projet de loi.
When shall the bill be read a second time? At the next sitting of the House.
Introduction of private members' bills. Dépôt de projet de loi émanant des députés. First reading of Senate public bills. Motions. Motion. Présentation de
Presenting petitions.
The honourable member for Churchill.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm honoured to present a petition signed by hundreds of residents of Prince Albert, Saskatchewan, who are sending a clear message calling on the government to reverse its cuts to home delivery. I acknowledge the work of Lauren Borgenson and the members of the Canadian Union of Postal Workers in sharing these voices. Home delivery is a fundamental service for people in Prince Albert and in communities across our country. The Government of Canada ought to listen to the people of Saskatchewan and all Canadians who are calling on their government to show some leadership and save our Canada Post.
Presenting petitions, the honourable member for Kamloops, Thompson Caribou.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I stand to present a petition regarding the respectful right of small-scale family farmers to preserve, exchange, and use seeds. And I do want to take note that in C18, that ability for the farmers to, again, preserve and use their seeds is protected. Thank you.
Présentation de pétitions.
Presenting petitions.
Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to present 3 petitions. 2 are related to very similar topics. One relates to the efforts by Enbridge to create something called the Northern Gateway Pipeline. Petitioners from primarily from Sauk and Surrey area are calling on this government to resist those efforts. Another petition, Mr. Speaker, calls for this House to pass a clear, legislated, and permanent ban on crude oil tankers on the West Coast to protect BC's fisheries, tourism, coastal communities, and natural ecosystems. The petitioners are from the Vancouver area. And the third, Mr. Speaker, is over 1,700 signatures from British Columbia, Alberta, and Ontario, calling for this House to reject Bill C-51 that the petitioners point out will, in fact, create a framework that is inconsistent with international law and Canadian civil liberties. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting petitions, the honourable member for Etobicoke North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have the honour to present several petitions regarding autism spectrum disorders, which are characterized by social and communication challenges and a pattern of repetitive behaviors and interests. They are lifelong, affect development and life experiences, and exert emotional and financial pressures on families. The petitioners call on the government to work with the provinces, territories, and stakeholders to develop a pan-Canadian strategy for autism spectrum disorders.
Presenting petitions, the honourable member for Yellowhead.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today I'm pleased to present a petition for my beautiful riding of Yellowhead. My constituents are calling upon the Government of Canada to pass legislation recognizing preborn children as separate victims when they are injured or killed during the commission of offence against their mothers, allowing 2 charges to be laid against the offender instead of just 1. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting petitions, the honourable member for Oak Ridges Markham.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to present a petition today from my community, from the community of Markham. It's regarding a community that is suffering under the consequences of a home grow-op, a marijuana home grow-op across the street from a school. The petitioners call on the government to do everything in its power to make sure all facilities like these that are in communities are closed down. The petitioners also support this government's actions to do just that, Mr. Speaker. And I'm proud to say that I support the petitioners in this. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting petitions, the honourable member for Mount Royal.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have the pleasure to present 2 petitions. The first is a petition signed by more than 500 Canadians. The
petitioners call on the Government of Canada to use all diplomatic means necessary to free Raif Badawi and reunite him with his family in Sherbrooke, Quebec. Raif was sentenced to 10 years jail and 1,000 lashes for his blog in Saudi Arabia. I join with members of other parties who passed a motion along the same lines at a meeting of the Subcommittee on Human Rights on February 26th.
Mr. Speaker, is one on behalf of Canadians who are concerned about the practice of forced organ harvesting by the Chinese government regime on prisoners, including Falun Gong practitioners. petitioners call on the government to take measures to end the Chinese regime's practice of killing Falun Gong practitioners for their organs, to amend Canadian legislation to combat forced organ harvesting, to publicly call for China to end its persecution of Falun Gong. Having introduced Bill C-561 to further restrict organ trafficking and hearing testimony in this practice at our Foreign Affairs Subcommittee on International Human Rights, I'm pleased to stand in solidarity with these petitioners. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting petitions, the honourable member for Saskatoon-Wanuskewin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This petition is from 355 signatories from BC all the way across to Newfoundland in our fair country, and they draw Parliament's attention to the fact that a high percentage of prostitutes are forced into the sex trade and trafficked, and so they're calling on the Parliament of Canada to legislate such that it be a criminal offence to purchase sex with a woman, man, or child, and that it be a criminal offence for pimps, madams, and others to profit from this from the proceeds of this pernicious sex trade.
Presenting petitions. Présentation de pétitions. Questions on the order paper. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the President of the Treasury Board.
Yes, Mr. Speaker. Questions number Q1103 and Q1109 will be answered today. And furthermore, Mr. Speaker, if questions number Q1101, 1102, and questions 1104 to questions 1108 could be made orders for return, these orders would be tabled immediately.
Is it the pleasure of the House that the aforementioned questions be made orders for return and that they be tabled immediately? Yes? Agreed? Agreed and so ordered. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the President of the Treasury Board.
Finally, Mr. Speaker, I ask that all questions be allowed to stand.
Is that agreed? Agreed? Agreed and so ordered. I wish to inform the House that because of the ministerial statements, government orders will be extended today by 10 minutes. Orders of the day, ordre du jour.
Government orders, government bills, commons, resuming debate at report stage of Bill C-51, Anti-Terrorism Act 2015.
When the House last took up debate on the question, the honourable member for Souris Moose Mountain had 5 minutes remaining for questions and comments. So we'll go to that now. Questions and comments. The honourable member for York South Weston.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm pleased today to be able to add my 2 cents, if you will, to the Bill C-51, which the Conservatives appear to be ramming through this Parliament without regard for some of Canada's well-thought-for human rights and rights and privileges. Among them, information sharing between agencies, multiple government departments, will now be allowed to share information without being subject to the Privacy Act. And, Mr. Speaker, the Privacy Act is one of the acts that Canadians depend on to keep their personal and private information from prying eyes. And there's no better example than Ms. Ellen Richardson, who in my riding tried to cross the border into the United States only to discover that her medical information had been shared with the U.S. government in such a way that the U.S. government refused to allow her access. She lost she's a disabled individual. She was going on a March of Dimes cruise, and that cruise was lost to her, and all the money she'd spent on it was lost to her because of the information that had been shared by this government with the government of the United States. And this bill makes that so much worse, Mr. Speaker, and I wonder if the member would have a comment.
Member for Souris Moose Mountain.
I can't comment, of course, on the specific case. I'm not familiar with the factual situation or the underpinnings of it, but I can say this, Mr. Speaker, that to have not all departments, as he says, but those departments that have to do with the security of Canadians not being able to share information with other departments that have to do with security of Canadians is not warranted in light of what we're facing in terms of imminent threats by terrorists or anyone that would have a threat to Canadians. You would expect our agencies to share that information as between themselves when they have to do with security. Now, there are checks and balances, and of course, if that information that is obtained by those agencies is used inappropriately, there are steps that can be taken to remedy that. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The questions and comments. The honourable member for Malpeque.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The The member implied, I guess if I could put it that way, that in his remarks that terrorism has to be taken head on. And in that implication, it looks like, to me at least, that the implication was that while there's others who may not support this bill, are not willing to take terrorism head on. Mr. Speaker, there's a problem with that. There's nobody in this House, I would submit, that doesn't want to take terrorism head on. But the difficulty is because we have a government that is entrenched in that the only opinion that matters is its own. Nobody else in this place, even though they represent some 61% of the population, from the government's point of view, their opinion doesn't matter. And does the member not see that as a problem? This bill, the way it's developed, it's all of one or none of the other. Doesn't the member think that this place should be able to find the compromises so that we deal with both the security side and the protection of the civil liberty side? This bill is out of balance.
Honourable member for Souris Moose Mountain.
Mr. Speaker, I don't agree with the member that who states this bill is out of balance. And I'd like to quote Stephen Bouchy, the Heritage Foundation representative, that said, "My review of Bill C-51 leads me to conclude that it is a balance between greater physical protection without loss of civil liberties. In the various sections, there are judicious expansions of info sharing and law enforcement authorities, but in each there's also provisions for recourse and appeals. There's transparency and openness. In short, this bill seems to balance security and liberty." And indeed, you have to balance the various interests and come up with the best situation you can in legislation. I think this legislation does that. But we must combat terrorism head on. We cannot stand on the sidelines. And even when we join our allies in the fight against ISIL, we expect to engage the terrorists where they are, to disrupt them and to ensure they cannot do us or Canadians any harm. And we can't be found, as some have been found in this House, standing on the sidelines watching while this situation unfolds before them.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Malpeque.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I can't help in this debate but start by stating and asking the question, what could have been? You know, what could have been done properly with respect to this institution and all the people that operate in it, regardless of political stripe, and with respect to finding the balance between national security and civil liberties. This Parliament actually, based on the knowledge we now have of other countries in terms of their development of national security legislation and some of the review agencies that they have to provide oversight in those agencies, this Parliament could have looked at those and we could have produced a model for the world in terms of anti-terrorism legislation. And the bottom line is we have now done anything but. We have a piece of legislation that, yes, deals somewhat with the security concerns, and we support that part of the legislation. But we're the odd man out in terms of, or odd person out, in terms of providing the protection under the law through national oversight, sunset clause, and other means to ensure that the citizens of Canada have their civil liberties, freedom of expression protected and ensured, and also to ensure that national security agencies in total, not just CSIS, but any agency or department that is involved in national security, that they are properly monitored by people who should have the responsibility, parliamentarians, to monitor them on basically a day-to-day basis, ensure on the one hand they're abiding by the law and doing everything they can within the law to keep Canadians safe, and that they're not going beyond the law to impose or infringe on people's civil liberties, Canadian civil liberties, or for that matter, foreigners' civil liberties. Legislation, Mr. Speaker, similar to C-51 is required and is in evidence in virtually every country Canada is allied with or has shared values with. There's no question. Countering the growing threat of foreign and domestic terrorism is a reality which must be confronted by the modern state. However, in combating that threat, it is important for any government to ensure that the steps taken to combat this threat do not impose a different threat to its own citizens. The Liberal Party supports needed security provisions of C-51 and has made that position clear from the outset. We're not shy, Mr. Speaker, about taking a leadership position in that regard. It's easy to oppose, but if you oppose the bill, then you're not dealing with those immediate needs that policing agencies, that CSIS, that others, even witnesses who have opposed the bill have come before the committee and have said are needed at the time. So we need those. But I will submit there's a real problem on the other side. Sadly, the real dilemma here on this bill, as on many others, Mr. Speaker, you know, we get caught in this, I guess I could call it partisan vortex, Mr. Speaker. We're getting accused by some, NDP in particular, of supporting the government. We're not supporting the government. We're supporting certain aspects of C-51. The government, on the other hand, is accusing the NDP and others of supporting terrorism. You know, we all have national security concerns in this place, Mr. Speaker. The problem is we have a government of Canada that at the moment that does not allow this Parliament to work the way that it should. We have, Mr. Speaker, also maintained there are provisions in Bill C-51 which are excessive and will, in our opinion, represent an intrusion by the state security agencies into the lives of Canadians which are far too severe. These provisions, as I said, could have been narrowed, they could have been amended. There was amendments put forward by all parties, decent amendments. Most of them were rejected. 3 of our amendments, and the NDP also had some of those, were indirectly accepted through the 4 amendments that came forward from the government. Early in the debate about Bill C-51, my colleague, the member of Mount Royal, and I joined 4 former Prime Ministers, including 3 Liberal Prime Ministers, and others to issue an open letter underscoring 2 fundamental responsibilities of government: ensuring the safety of Canadians, including by protecting Canadians from terrorist attacks, and ensuring that initiatives in this regard are consistent with the rule of law and the Charter of Rights and Freedoms, and particularly are subject to comprehensive oversight, review, and accountability measures. In the course of the committee hearings, we proposed many amendments, as did others. 3, I have said, were indirectly accepted within government amendments. One of the key ones was certainly taking the word lawful, amending the word lawful out before protest, etc., which civil activist groups, rightly so, were concerned about. 3 critical amendments from our slate of amendments, though, were rejected. The need for oversight of our intelligence and security agencies, to build in provisions in the bill for the review and sunsetting of certain provisions of C-51, and the need to ensure that new authorities given to CSIS and others under C-51 are Charter compliant. And there's a very strong risk, I believe there is a reality, that they're not Charter compliant, some of those provisions in the bill. The issue of oversight of our security and intelligence agencies has long had the support of the Liberal Party. In the wake of 9/11 and the first anti-terrorist legislation, it was a Liberal government with the support of members of the government at the time and the NDP that brought forward C-81 legislation to create a committee of parliamentarians that would provide that oversight. And that was, as I said, that really came out of a committee report, Mr. Chair, that the previous Minister, Anne McClellan, appointed. I happen to be a member of that committee, as well as one of the co-chairs of the House, as well as the current Minister of Justice and the current Minister of State for Finance. It was an unanimous report of the committee, and that legislation was proposed, but it died on the order paper. Interesting, Mr. Speaker, that in 2009, I believe it was, June 2009, in a report on the review of the findings and recommendations arising from the Abaca and O'Connor inquiries, the Public Safety Committee recommended that Bill C-51 be adopted, which provides national oversight. I would mention, Mr. Speaker, that it's interesting that 6 members of the current of the Conservative government were on that committee. The member for Yorkton Melville, the member for Oxford, the member for Brant, the member for Northumberland Quinte West, and the member from Wild Rose, and the previous member of the Conservative Party, the member for Edmonton St. Albert, were on that committee. What happened to them? What happened to them now that they're not in favour of national oversight? Mr. Speaker, I recognize my time is short, but at the very least, I would encourage the government to bring forward a parallel bill in terms of oversight for national security agencies. There's private members' bills on the books that would do the trick that they could bring forward. We really need 3 things. We're saying while we support the bill, we'll put those 3 things in our election platform as a Liberal Party because the government fails to do so. 1 is National Oversight Committee of Parliamentarians, similar to that of our Five Eye partners. 2 is putting in place sunset clauses to ensure that certain sections of this bill cease to exist in 3 years. And 3 is statutory mandatory review so that the bill itself, the good and the bad and the ugly, is looked at by a future Parliament in 3 years' time to make the bill the best it could be. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Public Safety.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank that member for his speech, and also he sits with me on the Public Safety Committee. I noticed throughout his speech he continues to refer to issues surrounding his failed private member's bill. He asked many of these questions during a committee to the witnesses, even though his failed private member's bill and his ideas for oversight were not part of the actual bill itself. In fact, during clause by clause, he had to actually withdraw some of the amendments that he put forward because he found out what he had felt was the truth was actually not correct, and the officials had to correct him. But, Mr. Speaker, we've been very clear on this side of the House. We firmly believe that third-party, independent, non-political oversight is the best method to ensure that our security agencies can operate without any political interference from very partisan members that are in this House. Let's be clear about that. It's strangely enough that the member likes to compare this particular issue to countries that we're compared to or similar to, wanting to know why we're not doing it. I should ask the member the same question when comparing us to other countries, why the Liberal Party opposed and voted against standing shoulder to shoulder with our allies in the global fight against jihadists, terrorism, and joining the airstrikes and the coalition over in against ISIL. So that's the question I'd like to ask the member, why he doesn't use that same philosophy on issues that actually matter to Canadians.
Member for Malpeque.
Mr. Speaker, the security of Canadians is very important, but oversight is important too. And I would just quote what Ron Atke had to say, the former Conservative MP and the first chair of CERC, actually. He said this, and I quote, "I've been both a parliamentarian and a watchdog. a professional watchdog. And the answer to whether Parliament or a specialised agency should have the power to review security agencies is easy for me. Canadians should have both. Under our system of government, Parliament is the ultimate watchdog and is directly accountable to the people. The party having the most number of seats at each general election usually is called on to form the government, but Parliament itself remains the watchdog. End of quote. That comes from a former progressive Conservative member, Mr. Speaker. And the other point I'd make out that I'd answer that the Parliamentary Secretary said is that in terms of being non-partisan, Deborah Gray, as chair of the CERC committee now, non-partisan, Chuck Straw, non-partisan. Come on, Mr. Speaker, we all know better than that. Let's be in line with our Five Eye partners and do it right.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Skeena, Bulkley Valley.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I thank my friend from the Liberal Party for his speech. Let's start with a couple of the known elements here, which is that this House collectively is concerned for the safety and security of Canadians. When such allegations are made otherwise by others, it's not becoming of them or of others. Let's also establish the fact that it has been well understood that oversight is incredibly important, particularly when handing over increased powers. And the powers that are being imagined in this bill to be given to CSIS are extraordinary, to be able to tap phones and hack into people's email accounts and have almost no judicial oversight of any of those measures. Now, so we've asked and demanded parliamentary oversight, and my question specifically to my Liberal friend is that he mentioned that there were some amendments taken. They were small and around the edges of these central questions. We don't believe this bill is constitutional, and many experts who study constitutional matters agree with us. There's, in fact, nobody who says it is, other than the Conservatives across the way. He said there were three elements that the Liberals proposed that were critical to the bill's function. Now, we have a choice in front of us. None of those changes were offered up. The government has refused. They're not moving a private member's bill, as he suggested, to make something better happen. This is the Conservative plan on C-51. And I've seen many bills pass through this place, Mr. Speaker. I've never seen the public reaction against a piece of legislation like I have with this. So if those measures were critical, why, for heaven's sakes, are the Liberals continuing to vote for it? Critical is or it isn't. If it's that important to the Liberals, then they've got a choice, and that's to vote against C-51.
Member for Malpeque.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. One of the difficulties, and I mentioned it in my remarks, Mr. Speaker, that is with a Parliament that's dysfunctional, with a government that doesn't allow compromises to be made through the expert opinion and public input by members in this House, it's near impossible to come to a united position. There's no question that we've felt some heat on C-51, and I understand that. And I respect those people that are out there demonstrating in the streets against this bill. I understand where they're coming from. However, Mr. Speaker, I also know, because I've been a former Solicitor General and seen the security side, and when currently CSIS and police authorities are coming to me and telling that the threat level is higher at the moment, they need those extra provisions, we shouldn't be taking the approach the Prime Minister does, that there's a terrorist under every rock, but there is an increased security threat, and I think we have a responsibility as a party to err at the moment on the side of the security. I agree with my colleague who asked the question. There is no question the court will eventually turn back this legislation because it does violate certain sections of the Charter. But we are going to err on the side of the security for the moment and hopefully fix this bill one way or another after the coming election in October.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Prime Minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it's a pleasure to rise today on this debate. As members know, the Anti-Terrorism Act 2015 contains a number of important changes that will strengthen Canada's national security. Among many proposed amendments is a well-considered approach to expanding the mandate of the Passenger Protection Program through the creation of the Secure Air Travel Act. This will be the focus of my remarks today, Mr. Speaker. As everyone should be aware, the international jihadi movement has declared war on Canada and our allies. Canadians have been targeted because these jihadi terrorists hate our freedom and our open, tolerant way of life. This is why we introduced this important legislation, which would enhance the government's capacity to identify and mitigate threats to Canada, Canadian interests abroad, and our foreign partners. In so doing, it would be an effective complement to the Combating Terrorism Act, which came into force in July 2013. Unfortunately, the NDP opposed this important measure, effectively voting to allow terrorists to travel without consequence. The 2014 public report on the terrorist threat to Canada made it clear that our country remains a target for jihadi terrorists. That report included a focus on the government's response to violent extremism and travel abroad for terrorist-related purposes. The threat of Canadians traveling abroad to participate in jihadi terrorist activities is a significant security challenge and a priority for our Conservative government. Since the threats Canadians face at home are typically connected to developments abroad, it stands to reason that securing Canada's air transportation links to the world must be a priority of our Conservative government. This is why we have proposed these legislative measures to expand the mandate of the Passenger Protect program to address both threats to transportation security and terrorist travel by air. Currently, Canada uses several mutually reinforcing screening tools to protect the safety and security of Canadian and international air travelers. Passports are a key identifier used by border officers in combination with physical screening of air travelers to reduce the chances of allowing a person with malicious intent or dangerous items to board an aircraft. In an average year, the Canadian Air Transportation Security Authority screens more than 50 million travelers at Canadian airports. As members may recall, our Conservative government launched the Passenger Protect program under the Aeronautics Act in 2007. This program screens passengers to identify threats to transportation security and uses measures such as denial of boarding to mitigate those threats. Since the program's mandate is to manage risks through preventative measures, individuals who are denied boarding are not arrested simply for being on the specified persons list. However, when a denial of boarding occurs, program officials always notify the RCMP for public safety reasons. The Anti-Terrorism Act 2015 would provide new authorities to the Minister of Public Safety and Emergency Preparedness and of Transport, and would define the legislation the recourse measures available to individuals affected by the program. Specifically, the legislation would authorize the government to create, maintain, and share, where appropriate, a list of individuals who pose either a threat to transportation security or a risk of traveling by air to engage in terrorism offences abroad. It would enable the Minister of Public Safety and Emergency Preparedness to direct an air carrier to send a listed individual for additional physical screening or refuse boarding outright if necessary. And it would establish in law a process for affected individuals to appeal their inclusion on the list. In essence, the provisions will allow us to make needed enhancements to improve security of air and indeed security of Canada, all the while respecting privacy laws and providing a fair process to those who may be affected. Effectively, we are delivering a proportional response to different types of threats. That is why the proposed legislation defines two distinct decision-making authorities, one to place individuals on or remove them from the list, and the other to issue operational response directions. This model allows the government to confirm an individual's identity documents and travel information at check-in before making a decision that would affect the person's ability to travel. At the same time, it enables the government to tailor the response to specific circumstances. Will these new measures place an undue burden on our security partners? No, Mr. Speaker. Given that the Canadian Air Transport Security Authority already conduct additional physical screening on randomly selected individuals, these new measures will not impose a significant burden on their workload. At the same time, the enhanced ability to identify and mitigate threats would add an important layer of protection for Canadians and Canadian interests abroad, as well as our foreign partners. Now, as I have spoken about the about how the program would work and its minimal impact on the operations of security partners. Let me now say just a few words about safeguards to protect the rights of individual travelers, which take two main forms in the Secure Travel Act. First, there are the safeguards related to the sharing of the list with foreign governments. Now, let me be clear, Mr. Speaker. International cooperation on security helps the government to better protect Canada and Canadians. The Minister of Public Safety and Emergency Preparedness would carefully assess the impact of any arrangement to share the list, and that sharing would happen only in strict accordance with Canadian laws. Furthermore, even with an arrangement in place, our government would continue to assess the risk of disclosure. In some cases, for example, it could decide to share only part of the list with a foreign partner. The second safeguard with respect to rights revolves around the appeal process for those listed. Here again, the Secure Air Travel Act would put effective measures in place. Any individual denied boarding could apply to the Minister of Public Safety and Emergency Preparedness to be removed from the list. The Minister would provide the applicant with a reasonable opportunity to provide new information to the Minister to challenge the listing decision. After reviewing the case in its entirety and taking into account any information provided by the applicant, the Minister would, within 90 days, decide whether the applicant should remain on the list or be removed. If the applicant disagrees with the Minister's decision, the Secure Air Travel Act sets out procedures for appeal to the federal court. The presiding judge would review all relevant evidence while still protecting sensitive information that could endanger national security or the safety of any person if disclosed. Applicants would receive a summary of the sensitive information and could again submit new evidence to respond to the government's case. The Secure Air Travel Act, as contained in the Anti-Terrorism Act 2015, then enables the government to identify and mitigate threats to transportation security and to prevent travel by air for terrorism purposes, while providing listed persons with an administrative and judicial recourse. And all of this without burdening our security partners. It's for those reasons, Mr. Speaker, that I therefore urge all members to join us in supporting this vital bill. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions et commentaires. Questions and comments. The honourable member for York South Weston.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I rise again on this bill to ask this member the same question I asked before, but I didn't get an answer. And that is, this bill allows information sharing between agencies, government departments, etc. But it allows that sharing, and we have no objections to the sharing of some information. But there is something called the Privacy Act, and the Privacy Act is there to protect Canadians' privacy. This information sharing under this bill will not be subject to the Privacy Act, and as Ellen Richardson, a constituent of mine, discovered not too long ago, that her personal medical information was shared with the U.S. government through security agencies. Security agencies share everything with everybody. And as a result, she was denied a trip and ended up losing $6,000 or $7,000 as a result of this shared information with the U.S. government, who prevented her from arriving into the U.S. on her way on that trip. Would the member like to please advise why this information, the Privacy Act, is not being used to protect Canadians' privacy in the sharing of information?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Obviously, the safety and security of Canadians is of paramount importance to us. So, too, of course, is the privacy of Canadians, Mr. Speaker. I pointed out in the bill the number of mechanisms that not only could be utilized by the Minister to ensure the safety and security of Canadians, but also the protection of Canadians with respect to their ability to fly, Mr. Speaker. It should also be noted that, as the member said, it is very important to share information that could become a threat to Canadians and our partners, and that's why this legislation updates that and makes that information sharing more effective across departments, Mr. Speaker. I encourage the member to support those measures, because ultimately it's a measure of public safety, it's a measure of keeping Canadians both safe at home and abroad, and it's about working with our international partners to attack the scourge of this global jihadi terrorist and whatever threats may come after that, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Public Safety.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's truly unfortunate, Mr. Speaker, that as I sit here today and listen to some of the questions coming from the NDP, that such misinformation about this bill is being pushed out, whether it's intentional or whether it's because of a complete sheer lack of understanding. I certainly hope it's not intentional. However, during clause by clause in committee, the very first amendment that was put forward by the NDP critic clearly didn't have an idea what the Information Sharing Act was about. The fact that the NDP member just stood up today and asked a question, somehow connecting it to medical information about an individual case, is completely outrageous. The Information Sharing Act, Mr. Speaker, has to deal with information pertinent to national security and will allow one agency to relay that information on to the appropriate security agency to take action. Absolutely crucial. We heard from many credible witnesses, unlike the NDP that brought in witnesses that said the sky was falling. Clearly that did not happen. I'm just going to ask the honourable colleague, the Parliamentary Secretary to Prime Minister, what he thinks is the result of this misinformation that has been pushed out there either intentionally or because of a lack of understanding, and the implications that could have on national security.
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Let me just also congratulate the Parliamentary Secretary to Minister of Public Safety. She is doing a fabulous job for her constituents in Scarborough Centre, Mr. Speaker. With respect to this legislation, look, it's very important legislation, Mr. Speaker. I think what we've put forward here is a legislative process that will help protect Canadians, but it also helps protect Canadians at home and abroad, and it works effectively with our international partners to do that, Mr. Speaker. The member is quite correct when she talks about some of the misleading statements that have been coming across from the members opposite, Mr. Speaker. It's added that they haven't read the bill, and I truly believe that most of them have read the bill, most of them understand the bill. But when you look at what the Liberals in particular have said to this, the leader of the Liberal Party actually got on a stage in British Columbia, and the member from Malpeque said earlier today, said the only reason that the Liberals are supporting this, not because they actually believe in the legislation and how important it is to protect Canadians, they don't want Canadians to hold it against them if they vote against the bill. That's the Liberal position on this. They don't want Canadians to hold it against them, Mr. Speaker, if they vote in favour of the bill. That speaks to how important this bill is, not only to Conservative members of Parliament, Mr. Speaker, but how important it is to Canadians that we pass this bill and do all that we can to ensure the safety and security of Canadians at home and abroad, and that we're part of the global coalition to stop these terrorists wherever they are, Mr. Speaker. So I congratulate the member again for all of her hard work. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Louis-Hébert. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It's my first speech on Bill C-51, and my first question, looking at what's being said all around here, is where is the rationale? Where is the logic here? We have the impression that we are in a debate that is entirely founded on emotions, negative emotions, and I think that we've gotten off on the wrong foot in the way in which we're trying to do things. Of course, it is done from a good intention in the beginning, which is to have better security for Canadians, but it's important, Mr. Speaker, very important, to have a balanced approach so that on the one hand we can ensure Canadian safety and security, but also at the same time ensure respect for the rights of Canadians, and that's very important. We can't not be caught up in motivations that are purely emotional. We have to look at this rationally, this problem that we are faced with. And being at report stage, I think we have to talk a little bit about what's happened at the committee level. With this bill, this kind of bill, which may be more important than the bill that was passed after the unfortunate events of September 2011. It's unfortunate that there was a limitation in the number of witnesses, and it's also unfortunate that some witnesses that would have been key witnesses did not participate in the debate. The Privacy Commissioner, for example. Now, that's not a negligible thought to have this person as a witness. The Commissioner of the Communication Security Establishment was not there either. And I think if we want to seem like serious, if it's to be a serious study, these people should have testified, in my opinion. And it makes me wonder how many governments who don't listen to all of the experts and stakeholders concerned how can they claim to be listening to Canadians and meeting their needs? That's important, Mr. Speaker. Because even if the government had a great number of witnesses, the vast majority, 45 out of 48, had concerns about this bill. That is something that really needs to be pointed out again. 45 out of 48 witnesses were worried about this bill. So there's a lot of work that remains to be done. But unfortunately, I have the impression that the government does not wish to hear any other voices. The government has made its bed and now they just want to lie in it. And yet, the position that the NDP has defended from the outset is getting more and more support. I could make a list of the number of people who expressed similar concerns to ours. The Privacy Commissioner, the Counselor for the Special Anti-Terrorism Team at the United Nations, the former Deputy Director of CSIS, the former Police Chief in Ottawa, and even journalists and columnists. There are a great many of these people who said how worried they were about this bill and the way in which it is currently drafted. But what's even more important is that many of my constituents also told me that they were worried about this bill, that they deem to be dangerous, and it's important to say that clearly as well. And I also want to emphasize that the Stop Bill C-51 campaign alone has gathered almost 200,000 signatures of Canadians. So 200,000 people who are worried is not enough to make the government to want to rethink this bill. This is a question we really need to ask ourselves. You know, a good bill, particularly one that concerns security, must have a really balanced approach. We're giving increased powers to make our society safer, but in balance, as a counterbalance, we always have to have increased oversight. It's not overly complicated. We have to make sure that any errors do not become serious ones. We know that we need tangible measures to protect Canadians, but we cannot do this with disdain for our way of living. And it's this balance that we keep trying to find in this kind of a bill, Mr. Speaker. And I find it unfortunate that there's been an attempt to use this, and how can I put this, Mr. Speaker? There's been an attempt to use this for really partisan purposes rather than keeping the primordial interest of our country at heart. Because in the end, it's one of those bills that will really have an effect on our lives and society. When we draft these kinds of bills, we have to ensure that we're doing things correctly, that we're not getting off track, and as some experts said, this might be rejected by the Supreme Court. So imagine the time we will have lost. This is unacceptable. And what I'm saying in the end is that we have to ensure that there is safety and security for Canadians, but proper oversight at the same time. It's not overly complicated. Most of the testimony we heard in committee says that this doesn't seem to be the case with this bill. So many people spoke, and many people said that being attacked in our way of living here. And there was a talk about protecting civil liberties. But this is indirectly being attacked here. This is not good, Mr. Speaker. It means that for us, an approach to terrorism includes tightened control of or oversight of agencies, intelligence and security agencies, to ensure that we can really properly oversee the ways in which these new powers can be used, both for the agencies involved and for Canadians at large. It's a safeguard to ensure that everything is being done properly, that the power is being exercised according to the will of the people of Canada and this House, and not more than that, quite simply. So clearly, we understand that there's a need for an exchange of information between the various agencies, but once again, there are ways of overseeing that, to establish parameters, to ensure that there isn't any abuse of those powers either. Now, obviously, there isn't a word about prevention in this bill. We've all talked about the fact that this is the way to avoid radicalization and this spiral of violence that we are seeing around the world these days. And we also spoke very little about integration. And there doesn't seem to be any attempt either to see how, for example, new converts suddenly leave. I mean, none of these problems are being dealt with here. And when I say that, well, of course, I'm thinking of other places, like in France, for example, where they've recently tabled legislation, and they have a much more balanced approach. Not only are they looking at the security aspect, they also are asking questions about rights and freedoms, and that is extremely important. Whereas if we look on the budget side of things, it's all about what we're doing is giving money for repressive kinds of measures. And so I could read through that whole section of the budget, which is Chapter 4.3, but where are the points dealing with the fight against radicalization and prevention? There is nothing to be found about any of that. So in conclusion, Mr. Speaker, the more Canadians learn about this bill, the more they are opposed to it. This is something that's very clear. The government, even if they've tried to push this through very quickly, they haven't been able to do so without people noticing. And what's important, Mr. Speaker, is to have a balanced approach that will not increase violence in our society. And therefore, Mr. Speaker, what I'm asking once again is where the rationale is in this bill. Thank you.
Questions et commentaires.
Questions and comments.
La députée de...
The Honourable Member for Marc-Aurèle-Fortin. I thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm announcing a sad bit of news. In Quebec, our police forces had managed to intercept and arrest members of the Hells Angels. Unfortunately, this good government managed to let them get away because we weren't able to try them within a 2-year period. They were freed by the justice system. So with this wonderful piece of legislation that we're looking at here, what good is legislation that takes away our rights and freedoms if the criminals and terrorists can get out of jail because there aren't enough police officers and Crown prosecutors to try them? So perhaps my colleague could talk to us a little bit about that, the fact that the Conservatives are taking our rights away without ever guaranteeing us that the terrorists will be tried and found guilty. The Honourable Member for Louis-Hébert. I thank my colleague for that question. You know, when I was talking about the balance between rights and freedoms and protecting our freedoms and civil rights, what we're trying to do when we are in a parliament, a legislature, is to deal with all aspects of these things. How many times in this parliament have we seen bills that are intended to be tougher on criminals, tough on crimes, and on the other hand, the resources aren't allocated to deal with this? I'm not talking about prisons, of course, but there aren't enough spaces for all of these criminals, and we put that on the backs of the provinces in the end. But unfortunately, the entire problem hasn't been taken into consideration. Things have been done without all aspects of the problem being taken into consideration. The Honourable Member for Saint-Jean. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I listened to my colleague's speech, and now he's talking about the lack of resources. But even when the resources are there, it's not because we have them that we'll be able to control everything. And when the Conservative government takes the example of the attack at Saint-Jean-sur-Richelieu, where a young man with mental health problems who indoctrinated himself, he wasn't radicalized by Iraq or Syria, because one of his problems was that he didn't even speak Arabic. He wasn't able to make contact with any of these people in Iraq or Syria. He indoctrinated himself, and he slipped between the fingers of the RCMP. He was assessed by them, after which they decided that he was no longer a danger to society. They gave him his passport back, and in a final crazed gesture, he killed an innocent soldier. So I'd like my colleague to explain how, even when all of the information is available and in the hands of the RCMP, we cannot always foresee everything. There's a mental health aspect that we can't control. Member for Louis Hébert, I thank my colleague for that very important question. He's referring to a problem that has rarely been referred to in the course of this debate, which is to say, we have to look at the problem overall, which is to say that, yes, there are people who may have certain intentions, and yes, we need to prevent them from acting. We need the resources to do so, but that's not everything. When we talk day after day about preventing radicalization, there are other kinds of resources that are required to ensure that we can properly assess the situation and deal with certain problems. So I'm coming back to the French example, where they are going, with their new legislation, to add an extra 60 million euros to their budget for prevention of radicalization. So this is to say that they are aware of the fact that we can't just have repressive measures. We can't not just provide the means to do that. We also have to attack the root of the problem, and that is what my colleague has brilliantly raised as a point. Thank you.
Resuming debate. Reprise de débat. The Honourable Member for Scarborough Rouge River.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise again today to voice my opposition to Bill C-51 in its current form. Each one of us knows terrorism is a real threat, and we are all committed to keeping Canadians safe. However, Bill C-51 remains a reckless, dangerously vague, and likely ineffective piece of proposed legislation. It doesn't do things that are proven to work and puts politics ahead of protecting Canadians. The members of the Standing Committee on Public Safety and National Security heard testimony from a range of experts. Many of these experts raised concerns, serious concerns, about provisions in Bill C-51. The government also received amendments from the official opposition, New Democrats, and other parties. The government rejected the substance of these amendments. The government did make 4 amendments to the bill, though. Unfortunately, these amendments do little to address the major concerns Canadians and experts have consistently raised about this bill. Therefore, I stand proudly with my New Democrat colleagues as we continue to stand for privacy, national security oversight, and our civil liberties, while working to make our country safe from terrorism by advocating on evidence-based approaches to anti-terror legislation. In regard to privacy, 12 Canadian privacy commissioners have publicly criticized Bill C-51, but not one privacy commissioner was invited to appear before the Standing Committee on Public Safety. These are the public authorities on privacy and should have been heard. In a written submission to the Committee on Public Safety, Daniel Therian, the Privacy Commissioner of Canada, wrote, and I quote, "The scale of information sharing being proposed by C-51 is unprecedented. The scope of the new powers conferred by the Act is excessive, particularly as these powers affect ordinary Canadians, and the safeguards protecting against unreasonable loss of privacy are seriously deficient. While the potential to know virtually everything about everyone may well identify some new threats, the loss of privacy is clearly excessive. All Canadians will be caught in this web." End quote. Under the proposed legislation, law-abiding citizens could find their information shared by federal departments and agencies with intelligence and law enforcement agencies. Furthermore, the Privacy Commissioner states that Bill C-51 does not prescribe clear and reasonable standards for the sharing, collection, use, and retention of personal information. Canadians have a legitimate right to privacy. How can this government be so reckless with the personal information of Canadians, Mr. Speaker? How can they allow the sharing of information without proper oversight and clear standards regarding the necessity for the sharing of this information? Furthermore, experts like Craig Forsese have pointed out that Bill C-51 also erodes the individual's right to legal recourse. Under Bill C-51, as long as the Canadian government officials share information in good faith, if people are tortured or their livelihoods lost, these individuals cannot sue the Canadian government. We were shocked and saddened by the case of Maher Arar, a Canadian citizen who was tortured in Syria because of the information that was shared about him. Maher Arar was able to use legal recourse to get an apology and compensation from the government. If Bill C-51 becomes law, if anything like what happened to him, to Maher Arar, happens in the future, there will be no legal recourse for Canadians. As a nation, we should be making sure that what happened to Maher Arar never happens again to another Canadian. We need to do that by making sure there is oversight, that the rights of our citizens are protected. We should not be allowing information to be shared with the little oversight and then stripping away the ways in which Canadians can hold their government accountable. As I've stated in prior remarks, Mr. Speaker, I am also concerned about the potential impacts of Bill C-51 on Canadians' freedom of speech and the right to protest. One of the 4 amendments that the government members accepted in the committee stage changed the language to say that activity that undermines the security of Canada does not include advocacy, protest, dissent, or artistic expression. However, any act that blocks infrastructure could be subject to disruption and covered as part of this anti-terror legislation. In 2009, before I became a Member of Parliament, many members of the Tamil community and other human rights activists were out on the streets trying to raise awareness about the innocent people being killed in Sri Lanka. Each day in Ottawa, in Toronto, and in cities across the country, people were engaging in lawful protests asking for the Canadian government to listen and to take action. On May 10, 2009, some of the protesters blockaded the Gardiner Expressway in Toronto. According to our experts, under Bill C-51, the blockade of the Gardiner Expressway could have been considered an activity that undermines the security of Canada, classified as blocking infrastructure, and covered under this anti-terror legislation. So on May 10, 2009, people blockaded the Gardiner Expressway to bring attention to people being displaced and killed senselessly in Sri Lanka. Should these people, that's seniors, children, and families who blockaded the Gardiner, be called terrorists? and be subject to additional surveillance, Mr. Speaker? Is that fair? In January of 2013, 6 youth and a guide left on snowshoes and on a walk to Ottawa in support of the Idle No More movement. They called their trek the Journey of the Nishiu, which means the journey of the people in Cree. In the final hours of the trek, the group numbered nearly 400 people as other children and youth from Cree and Algonquin communities joined them along the way. I remember being one of the thousands more who joined them here at Parliament Hill as their journey came to an end. As people joined the trek, perhaps streets were blocked and traffic snarled. Should these youth be called terrorists and subject to additional surveillance, Mr. Speaker? We must make sure that the voices of people can be heard. We must make sure that dissent and protests are protected in our country. We must allow for the freedom of speech to remain a charter-protected right in our country. We cannot allow nonviolent acts to be called terrorism, because they are not terrorism. They are nonviolent acts that can help build our civic infrastructure and can result in positive changes in policy. Mr. Speaker, this omnibus bill is 62 pages long, and its scope is unprecedented. I could continue to talk about the many ways in which the bill threatens the civil liberties we hold dear for a lot longer, Mr. Speaker, but I think the point has been made, and I'm sure, running out of my time. This bill remains reckless, vague, and likely ineffective. So what are some proven approaches to combat terrorism that are more likely to be effective? I'll name a few from what the experts have cited. First, providing appropriate resources for security and intelligence agencies to track and identify threats to public security. Former Ottawa Police Chief and current Senator Vern White said, and I quote, "My biggest concern right now is, do we have the resources to focus energy on radicalized people out there that are concerning us? I'm not convinced that we have those resources," end quote. RCMP Commissioner Bob Paulson testified before the Senate that he has reallocated resources, including hundreds of personnel from areas such as organized crime, to counter terrorism. Why would the police not have adequate resources to fight terror, Mr. Speaker? Organized crime also presents a public safety threat to Canada, so why is the RCMP being forced to make these reallocations? We know that between 2009 and 2014, annual RCMP spending decreased by $420 million, and between 2012 and 2014, 2,271 full-time equivalent positions were cut from the RCMP. In 2012-13, CISA spending was cut by $44 million. Another proven approach to combat terrorism that is more likely to be effective, Mr. Speaker, is oversight. Oversight over the past 5 years, oversight mechanisms that are meant to hold the security and intelligence agencies accountable have faced cuts and positions have been left vacant. Now, Mr. Speaker, Bill C-51 would further expand surveillance and the capacity to detain people, but does not expand oversight. Oversight could mean more diligence on the part of the security agents themselves, knowing that oversight bodies are in place. A third measure is counter-radicalization programs, Mr. Speaker, working with at-risk communities and connecting with community and faith leaders to provide resources to diffuse radicalization in integral parts of our communities is an integral part to proven anti-terror programs. Mr. Speaker, I know I'm running out of time, so I just want to say that today I stand proud to be standing with my New Democrat colleagues as we take our responsibility to stand up for Canada seriously. We are disappointed, though, Mr. Speaker, that the third-party Liberals seem to believe that supporting this bill and giving the Conservatives a blank check is the best way to protect Canadians' freedoms. I am proud that the New Democrats are taking a principled stance and not supporting Bill C-51. And, Mr. Speaker, we will continue to defend both our rights and our freedoms in this country.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? The honourable member for York South Weston.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague from Scarborough Rouge River for her excellent speech, in which she points out that activities that have been taken by Canadians of the Tamil origin have in fact been successful in changing Canadian attitudes towards a certain government that was perhaps not as kind to its citizens as it ought to have been. And those Canadian attitudes having been changed has changed world attitudes. And it started in part with a protest that blocked a part of a major artery through the city of Toronto. And this government now would make that kind of protest illegal and thereby prevent such an amazing display by an amazing bunch of young and determined individuals in the city of Toronto. And I wonder if she'd like to comment further.
The honourable member for Scarborough Rouge River.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague from York South-Weston for his question and also for his passion and his sincerity in knowing what happened to the Tamil people. I remember as hundreds of thousands of, it was a youth-led legal protest that happened all across the country, and specifically in Toronto, where it was young people, seniors and children, human rights activists from all parts of the world, and Tamils living in Toronto, who were on the streets for 2 weeks, Mr. Speaker, 2 weeks every day, and it felt like their cries for help, their cries for support, their cries for this government to do something fell on deaf ears, that out of pure frustration, the people decided to walk up the Gardiner Expressway and blockade the Gardiner and got attention. Finally got the people to listen and the government to listen. And that activity will now be classified as an act of terror. And we would see hundreds of thousands of children and seniors and families being classified as terrorists in this country, and that just doesn't make any sense, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Melt. The honourable parliamentary secretary to the Minister of Heritage. No. Oh, sorry. The honourable member.
Thank you, Speaker. I just wanted to note that the accusation level in the speech is actually completely false and untrue. Not only did the bill in and of itself not put someone who was doing a legal and lawful protest in a position to continue to do that, we actually clarified through amendment the bill in and of itself that gave greater clarity to that exact expression in terms of the ability to protest in a lawful and a peaceful way. For the member to use an example of a protest and somehow try to twist that into something it is not is unfair, and it's actually wrong, and shouldn't be brought up in the House in a way that speaks to something that is false as if it is true. And just because you say it again and again and again doesn't actually make it true. So I would like to get the acknowledgement from the member that the protest that she's indicated, whether or not she's actually checked the legal definition, and whether she's actually sought to ensure, whether she's been at committee subbing in or asking the very question or making the very comment that she is very clear in the legislation. It is even brought more clarity by the fact that an amendment was brought forward to deal with this specific issue. I know the leader of the Green Party accepts the clarification. I would hope that the member would as well.
The honourable member for Scarborough Rouge River.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the Parliamentary Secretary for giving me this opportunity to remind him, through his own words, that just repeating falsehoods doesn't make it true. So every member of the Conservative Party and this government should learn from the words of this Parliamentary Secretary that repeating falsehoods never makes them true. However, I will give you, Mr. Speaker, the expert opinion, because, of course, we like to consider the opinions of lawyers and people who know the law better than all of us, most of us probably in this place. And yes, the Parliamentary Secretary was correct in the sense that the government members only accepted 4 amendments, and these were amendments that came from themselves. And the only change that happened with this one piece that he speaks of is the change from the words legal protest to protest. However, the piece that remained that I mentioned in my speech, maybe he missed it, is that any acts that blocks infrastructure could be subject to disruption and covered as part of this anti-terror legislation. That is truth. That is not a falsehood, and that has been clarified by many experts, and that is what I speak of, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
We'll be resuming debate, but before we do so, I'll let the Parliamentary Secretary of the Canadian Heritage to the Minister of Canadian Heritage know there are about 3 minutes remaining in the time allocated for government orders today. He'll, of course, have his remaining time when the House next resumes debate on the question. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Canadian Heritage.
Oh, well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate the opportunity. If you don't mind giving me a little bit of notice when my 3 minutes is up, I certainly would appreciate it. It's certainly a privilege to invite all members of the House to support Bill C-51, the Anti-Terrorism Act 2015. And, Mr. Speaker, the safety and security of Canada and Canadians is being threatened. The international jihadi movement has declared war on Canada. ISIL has named Canada as a target. We have seen its supporters urge their comrades to kill Canadians by any means and at every opportunity. Al-Shabaab is urging its followers to attack targets right here in our country. We know that these are not idle threats. We've seen the horrific and deadly attacks on innocent people in Paris and Sydney and elsewhere in the world, including the cold-blooded murders in Saint-Jean-sur-Richelieu and at our National War Memorial. It is unfortunate and difficult to accept, but we see a concerning number of Canadians traveling to other countries to join and fight alongside terrorists from Syria to Somalia. Even more worrisome, we know that some of these radicalized Canadians have returned to this country, burning with hatred and often with military training and combat experience. Their values may seem medieval and talk about an early period of our time in history, but they show no reluctance to embrace technology to communicate, to terrorize, to recruit, and to raise funds. The threat is more complex, it is more insidious, and it is more dangerous than could have been anticipated even a few years ago. We must ensure that our security and intelligence organizations have the tools to meet this threat. To do otherwise would be to abandon our most fundamental responsibility to Canadians. That is why we must move swiftly to pass this bill. It is essential to assuring the safety and security of Canadians. As we've heard, the Anti-Terrorism Act 2015 has a number of elements. Mr. Speaker, I hope to get through the first one and re-engage in this when we return. First, it would create the Security of Canada Information Sharing Act. Mr. Speaker, departments and agencies of the Government of Canada collect information of various kinds on a daily basis. In some instances, this information may be of considerable value to the institutions charged with identifying and responding to threats to the security of this country or its allies. And yet we have no tangible, focused, or reliable way to ensure that kind of information gets to the agencies in a timely way. Mr. Speaker, I'm certain many Canadians would be surprised to learn, for example, that when Citizenship and Immigration receives a passport application that raises security flags, it is prohibited by law from sharing that information with the Canadian Security Intelligence Services. Mr. Speaker, I'll leave it at that and return to the discussion when the time is allocated to do so.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary will have 7 minutes remaining in his time for comments on the question and, of course, the usual 5 minutes for questions and comments thereafter. It being 1:40 p.m., the House will now proceed to the consideration of private members' business as listed on today's order paper. Orders of the day.
Private members' business, resuming debate on Bill C-640. An act respecting Via Rail Canada. Standing in the name of Mr. Thune, Gaspésie, Île-de-la-Madeleine.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Sarnia-Lambton.
Thank you. I'm pleased to have this opportunity to discuss Bill C-640, an act respecting Via Rail Canada and making consequential amendments to the Canada Transportation Act. The government remains committed to ensuring economic growth and long-term prosperity for Canadians. Given this focus, the government cannot support Bill C-640 because it would have a negative impact on Canada's economic competitiveness and risk our reputation as a reliable trading partner. To illustrate the potentially negative implications of this bill, I would like to first highlight the important role that freight rail plays in Canada. For more than 130 years, railways have linked communities, supported trade, and expanded the Canadian economy. The historic role of railways in our country's growth since Confederation is well known. The importance of freight railways has only increased today. Canada's freight railway sector, which comprises more than 60 short lines and 2 Class 1 railways, Canadian National and Canadian Pacific, operate nearly 46,000 kilometres of track. Canadian businesses, producers and manufacturers rely on this expansive rail network every day to move a whole wide variety of goods to thousands of domestic and global destinations. It is also worth noting that a substantial portion of rail movements contribute to our domestic and international trade. Clearly, the success of Canadian businesses is contingent on efficient, effective, and reliable freight rail services. Grain farmers work hard to supply global markets with a world-class product. Lumber, pulp and paper, and other forest products from Canadian mills have a global reputation for being second to none in terms of quality. Demand for these products is increasing around the world. Global buyers in emerging economies are seeking high-quality iron ore, coal, and other commodities extracted from mines located across Canada. Canada's manufacturing industries, including the automotive sector, continue to demonstrate strength and resiliency in increasingly competitive global markets and integrated supply chains. However, success in all industrial sectors requires reliable and efficient freight rail service. Shippers would face broken sales contracts, declining market share, and irreparable harm to their reputation as reliable global suppliers if they cannot get their goods to market reliably and efficiently. The government has taken important steps to ensure the efficiency, effectiveness, and reliability of the rail-based supply chain. In 2010, the government initiated the Rail Freight Service Review. In 2013, the government passed the Fair Rail Freight Service Act, which aimed to support commercial solutions by providing shippers with the right to request a service level agreement and a process to establish one if commercial negotiations fail. Less than a year ago, the government passed the Fair Rail Freight for Grain Farmers Act, which included additional measures designed to support the entire grain transportation system in achieving the goal of moving grain more efficiently and quickly. For example, the Act required railways to move minimum amounts of grain, extended interswitching limits for shippers in Alberta, Saskatchewan, and Manitoba, and clarified operational terms in service-level agreements. In combination, these efforts have contributed to a strong, dynamic freight rail network in Canada that is recognized around the world for its ability to move diverse commodities over vast distances. A cornerstone of the development of Canada's transportation system is a policy approach that supports competition and market forces. Specifically, the National Transportation Policy outlined in the Canada Transportation Act indicates that the objectives of a competitive, economic, and efficient transportation system are most likely to be achieved when competition and market forces are the prime agents in providing transportation services. Furthermore, it states that regulation and strategic public intervention should not unduly favor any particular mode of transportation. So what would happen to this critical rail transportation system if Bill C-640 were to be passed? Provisions in the bill would undermine the government's recent efforts to strengthen Canada's rail-based supply chain and would also run counter to foundational policy principles by undermining commercial solutions and unduly favoring one type of rail transportation over another. Specifically, Bill C-640 proposes amending the Canada Transportation Act to give VIA general scheduling and operational preference over freight rail in the event of conflict. Let me be clear on what this proposal intends to do. Essentially, this amendment would give unfettered primacy to passenger rail operations at the expense of freight rail efficiency. Currently, VIA and freight railways negotiate commercial agreements for track access that allows parties to work together to find an operational arrangement that works for everyone involved. This approach recognizes that the best solutions are those negotiated by the parties themselves. If commercial negotiations are unsuccessful, the Canada Transportation Act provides VIA and other public passenger service providers with recourse to the Canadian Transportation Agency to secure access to track, equipment, or other facilities. This dispute resolution mechanism balances the interests of communities, consumers, and public passenger service providers with those of freight rail carriers. I do want to emphasize today that passenger rail service in many parts of Canada needs to be enhanced to meet community needs. My constituency of Sarnia-Lambton is a good example of this. Due to lack of ridership, passenger rail service provided by Via Rail has been cut back in my community over the past few years, causing issues for students, elderly, and others who utilize this travel option. I've worked hard to advocate the need of these services by my constituents to decision makers at Via Rail and in Cabinet. I also want to give credit and recognition to a local group of individuals who've worked tirelessly to improve passenger rail service for local residents. Rail Advocacy in Lambton, or RAIL as they are more commonly known, have accomplished numerous achievements in their advocacy efforts through a broad community-driven consultation process and through working in a cooperative fashion with Via Rail Canada. This group has presented various solutions that may work well for my community, and as mentioned, they have had success with their efforts thus far, as a recent meeting with Via Rail Canada ended with a promise by Via officials to visit Sarnia-Lambton and to seek to enhance the passenger rail options for my riding. I support Rail in their efforts and will continue to do so because they are seeking proactive solutions, but not at the expense of one mode of service over another. They understand that any viable solution to the transit issues facing our region will require a holistic, integrated approach, likely requiring the attention of the three levels of government involved: federal, provincial, and municipal. Their solutions do not place freight above passenger rail. Rather, they include both aspects of the rail industry in the discussion, as both sides' cooperation is indeed required for a positive solution to be reached in regards to passenger rail enhancement across the region. These are solutions that do not require the hardships that Bill C-640 would create. By this, I mean that Bill C-640 proposes amendments that would be in stark opposition to long-established commercial principles, such as ensuring modal neutrality and balancing the interests of parties involved. Ultimately, the changes proposed in Bill C-640 would greatly impact on a railway's ability to operate its network, leading to inefficiencies and reduced reliability. This would have a corresponding negative impact on shippers' ability to get their goods to market, thereby risking their global reputation as a reliable supplier, a reputation they work hard every day to achieve and sustain. It would also move away from a proactive solution that needs to involve both freight and passenger rail entities. In closing, I would like to reiterate that Canada's economy cannot risk the reckless approach proposed in Bill C-640. Canadian shippers work hard to grow their business and realize global economic opportunities. Bill C-640 would ultimately undermine this hard work, risk shippers' global reputation as reliable suppliers, and harm the overall competitiveness of the Canadian economy. For that reason, the government cannot support Bill C-640. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Reprise de débat. L'honorable député de Rivière-des-Mille.
Resuming date, the Honourable Member for Rivière-des-Mille. Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to have this opportunity to speak to Bill 640, which is an act to amend Via Rail Canada and making consequential amendments to the Canada Transportation Act. I'd like to congratulate my colleague, the member for Gaspésie-Île-de-la-Madeleine, who's done such hard work. He's been working for hard for his constituents, and for some 20 years now we've been trying to get measures like this one through Parliament, and he's been doing excellent work in proposing changes, very important changes, in this bill. Now allow me to start by talking about why this bill is so important. It's because many Canadians across the country need to use Via Rail services. In the NDP, we believe that Canadians deserve these services. Now, many of the members in this House have used Via Rail services, and they know just how important these services are important. But we all also realize that there is room for improvement. Now, on the rails, cargo takes precedence, like in the United States, and I'll come back with an example of Amtrak in a few moments, from which we could draw some inspiration here in Canada. Now, Mr. Speaker, my colleague also tabled this bill because we believe that Via Rail must offer a minimum amount of service, and segments cannot be eliminated without consulting Parliament and consulting the local populations. So this bill contains a number of measures, and I'd like to talk about a few of them contained in this bill. Essentially, it would change the mandate of Via Rail, which deals with segments and routes that must be maintained, and others. It also deals with others that have been abandoned over the years. But it also sets out a mechanism for transparent evaluation in the event of an end to service. Now, clearly we understand that we must deal with the funding if we are to ensure that Via Rail offers services and representatives of municipalities need to have a say as regards Via Rail services. This bill also makes it a priority for passenger trains where there's a conflict with cargo trains, and it would take to task companies for non-compliance. It will require transparency. And finally, any changes would be subject to parliamentary approval. Now, allow me to take a few moments here to talk about Canada Post. I know that this is an issue that's been debated here in the House. It's a subject that a lot is being talked about in my riding as well, to a great deal, because people have already lost a home mail delivery service. Clearly, people are opposed to a reduction in service, but we know that the Conservatives' approach to cut service and to increase costs is not a good way to manage a company. We know that it's not a way to ensure accountability. Now, it's a way of ensuring that people will send fewer letters. But people are sending more packages. And so in that regard, the service is important. People receive bills by mail. Municipalities continue to mail out correspondence to members who live in those municipalities. So cuts to services at Canada Post is having an impact on many segments of the population and on municipal budgets, etc. Now, the reason why I've mentioned Canada Post is that we know that in the case of Via Rail, it's not by reducing service and by limiting access to Via Rail that will make Via Rail more profitable. We know that since 2011, there are a number of segments that have been abandoned by Via Rail. The Victoria-Kootenay segment, it was abandoned in 2011. In 2012, Via Rail took action and eliminated service between Metapedia and Gaspé because they said it was unsafe, but now it is safe. It has also announced a reduction in service between Montreal and Halifax, and I can point out that several colleagues from this House took the train across the country to mobilize people with respect to protecting Via Rail services, including the member for Halifax and NDP members from the Maritimes as well, following the derailing of a cargo train in June 2014. Other steps were taken. There was a line interrupted between Winnipeg and Churchill as well. Now, these segments are very important because we know that in Canada, the regions in isolated areas are different. The municipalities are different, and their needs are different from large urban centers. We know that Via Rail services are very important for isolated and remote regions. The passenger rail service is in free fall for the regions, and in the urban areas, cargo trains are causing serious delays for passenger trains, and that is causing a great deal of inconvenience for people who are using the train service, Mr. Speaker. So essentially this bill stipulates that passenger rail service must comply with the Canada Transportation Act and must comply with regulations dealing with sustainable development, among other things. Now, in conducting research for this bill, I also looked into what Amtrak is doing in the United States. It's a passenger rail service. Our southern neighbors, through Amtrak, have increased the frequency of trains instead of reducing them. We know that in Canada, the situation is different from the United States. For the Moncton, Montreal, Halifax train route, usage dropped significantly in 2012, and operating costs were high. We also know that the increase in the frequency of Amtrak trains helped increase ridership there. Now, this brings me back to my example of Canada Post and management with respect to services and quality, etc. If quality is improved, people will use the service, and that applies to Via Rail as well. I think that we can make some very interesting comparisons between Canada Post and Via Rail in that regard. So we want Via Rail to offer accurate and timely, effective service. During question period in this House, we have often put questions about this. The NDP members have called for VIA to resume service on all of the segments that have been abandoned since 2011. We also want any changes to the network be debated in this Parliament and the subject to public consultations. My colleagues in the NDP who represent areas served by Via Rail, like the member who represents Churchill, understand the situation. She understands the facts and the importance of Via Rail service to her area and the ability for people to travel. Now, I know you're showing me that my time is up, Mr. Speaker. In closing, I would invite all of my colleagues to support this bill, this wonderful bill, Bill C-640.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Medicine Hat.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to speak on Private Members Bill C-640, an act respecting Via Rail Canada with consequential amendments to the Canada Transportation Act. An intercity passenger rail service with Via Rail as the predominant service provider is an important component of our transportation system. VIA benefits our economy and society by connecting Canadians from coast to coast. Recognizing this, our government has and continues to support Via Rail. Our government provides Via Rail with substantial financial support to operate and maintain its network. Via was given a subsidy amounting to $305 million in 2013-14, a significant amount of funding. In addition, our government is making unprecedented capital investments in Via Rail to allow it to make important improvements to modernize its operations. Our government has made available more than $1 billion in capital funding over the past 7 years to upgrade and modernize portions of Via Rail's network and many of its rail cars and locomotives. However, despite our government's demonstrated support for VIA, we cannot support this bill. The bill would introduce legislation that would not only increase VIA's costs, but would fundamentally alter, for the worse, how the corporation is operated and managed. As you all know, VIA Rail is a federal crown corporation. Like all corporations, both private and public, VIA is governed by a board of directors that is responsible for all decisions that the corporation takes. Our government has made efforts to strengthen governance practices in crown corporations and agencies by setting guidelines and best practices for board membership and operations. These best practices include seeking candidates with a range of experience drawn from both public and private sectors. To this end, VIA's board of directors is made up of qualified citizens who represent the diversity of Canada. There are currently members from many regions of the country, with each member bringing their unique skills, experience, and perspective to the board. This bill proposes to limit the pool of potential candidates for selection as VIA board members only to those candidates who are already members of the Canadian Tourism Commission and the Federation of Canadian Municipalities. This is curious logic, as by unduly limiting potential candidates for the VIA board, the bill works against these best governance practices. Furthermore, as a VIA board members have the responsibility to act in best interests of the corporation and exercise due care and diligence, the proposal in this bill would put VIA directors in a real or perceived conflict of interest where their obligations as directors of the Federation of Canadian Municipalities and the Canadian Tourism Commission. This bill also promotes the addition of significant financial risk to the government by moving VIA Rail from its current non-agent structure to that of an agent of the Crown. Our government cannot support this proposal, as being an agent of the Crown would increase the government's financial risk by exposing the government directly to all VIA's debts, losses, and liabilities. Bill C-640 further adds to the financial risk to the government by providing VIA with borrowing power. The proposed bill allows the corporation to borrow, issue, or pledge debt on the credit of the corporation. It also allows the ministers of transport and finance, in cooperation with the governor and council, to authorize VIA to borrow up to an aggregated total of $500 million from the Consolidated Revenue Fund. Ultimately, however, the government would have to backstop these financial commitments. Furthermore, this bill proposes to change the share structure to provide employees with a 10% ownership in VIA. This makes no economic sense, given that VIA's reliance on federal subsidies to operate. Typical of most scheduled intercity passenger rail carriers around the world, VIA has no market value, as its debts and liabilities far outweigh its assets. With little prospect for share value appreciation, the granting of non-market traded shares as performance incentives to employees would likely be an ineffective and appropriate use of taxpayers' money. The bill also attempts to define a new mandate and objectives for VIA. In fact, it makes many of VIA's objectives inflexible and removes VIA's ability to seek an optimal balance between its objectives. On the one hand, the proposed legislation mandates the current route structure, while on the other hand, it requires VIA to maximize its financial performance. In other words, the bill ties VIA's hands and set up for failure. Our government believes that VIA operates most efficiently in an independent Crown corporation. This means that the government does not operate the railway. This means that the government does not get involved in VIA's day-to-day operations. This means the government does not try to tell VIA how many times per day it should operate its services. It does not mean the government provides VIA with the necessary resources and funding needed to achieve its plans. This process has been clearly evident in recent years, with our government providing significant capital infusions and increased operating funding to allow VIA to build extra capacity, replace equipment, and align the delivery of its services with planned resources. Our government believes the current method of approving VIA's direction through annual corporate plans is best approach. Currently, the VIA's objective is, and I quote, to offer a national passenger rail transportation service that is safe, secure, efficient, reliable, and environmentally sustainable, and that meets the needs of Canadian travelers in Canada, unquote. Overall, this approach provides a necessary flexibility in service delivery to Canada's passenger rail service. Although passenger rail remains an important service, particularly in remote areas, and to support tourism across Canada and along the Quebec-Windsor corridor, It is no longer a predominant mode of transportation in Canada. Travel by private car remains the overwhelming choice for most intercity travelers. Via Rail is ultimately responsible for making business decisions on its operations, including how best to lower its costs to reduce its reliance on federal taxpayer dollars while meeting its objective to operate a national railway system that is safe and efficient. This is why Via Rail has to continuously assess its markets and operations to decide how best to provide the most economically efficient service to passengers. This bill would make the process for determining the optimal mix of routes and fleet resources more difficult to achieve and delay Via from proactively reacting to changes in its marketplace. This bill would take away this essentially flexibility for Via, resulting in poorer financial performance and governance processes that do not align with best practices for Crown Corporation governance. This bill would result in higher borrowing, insurance and risk management costs for Via. The bill would also result in higher costs and risk exposure for the Government of Canada. Our government will not support this bill, C-640. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Reprise de débat.
Resuming debate. The honourable member for Saint-Maurice, Saint-Maurice Champlain, rather. Mr. Speaker, the slow erosion of the passenger rail system in Canada is continuing inexorably. In Haute-Mauricie, services have been cut for Aboriginal people and services for the populations traveling for medical services and transportation services for many tourists, as well as interregional services. We are facing an organized dismantling of rail transportation in order to decrease the provision of services to remote regions. We are closing down service to villages. We don't see the train passing by anymore. Our stations are becoming museums to the memory of past investments. And yet, in answer to the territorial claims of thirsty nations in the Arctic regions, it is at least ironic to hear the Prime Minister boast about the virtues of occupying lands bordering the Northwest Passage, whereas the current government is abandoning our regions by shutting down rail lines that have forged our national and territorial identity. We are being asked, or we are asking ourselves rather, where the destruction of these symbols of our infrastructures will stop. We have to be aware of the fact that the regions are seeing the train services die, and we are forced to recognize that the central powers seem never to have set a foot outside of the stations in Toronto or Montreal. The cuts made to the passenger train system were not supposed to have an influence on local economies. The absence of services to remote regions would therefore, I suppose, be satisfied by the Holy Spirit. Despite the rhetoric of the Via Rail officials and their clear lack of sensitivity regarding regional populations, people are suffering from these reckless cuts. Stations are being sold for $1. We are abandoning century-old services. We are liquidating our heritage to the lowest bidder, and station masters are being replaced by automatic machines, ticket machines. The next member, or the member rather for Gaspésie-La-Madeleine, has partly responded to the concerns of the people with this bill. Are the constraints imposed to the Via Rail business as to the priority of passenger services realistic? We are aware of the limits that such action can be taken in terms of rail ownership in Canada. The absence of a national transit policy for passengers appears to us as a determining factor in the development of new criteria for overseeing Via Rail. The train has slowly become the means of transportation for city dwellers to the detriment of people living in the regions. we remain one of the industrialized societies that invest the least in public transit. The dismantlement of Via Rail and its regional services has been done without any consultation. Changes in ticket prices, schedules, and the number of destinations comes from bureaucrats who happily sacrifice our regional development without listening to the complaints of users. But how are we going to get Via back on the rails? How will we impress upon this current government some awareness of the reality of the regions? We understand the gist of the member's bill, and we also can see the complete indifference of the Via Rail management in terms of the population of the regions. But how can we limit this Crown Corporation and private rail companies without having a national transit policy for rail transportation? In this regard, the number and the scope of disasters that we've seen with rail transportation should have encouraged the minister, the sitting minister, to develop a policy, but we're still waiting for more improvisation. We absolutely must carry out a broad survey on the negative repercussions of cuts being made to rail transportation for services if we're going to really be able to draw conclusions on the modernization of freight transportation. The imposition of penalties has been proposed as a magic bullet solution. The many limitations that are being considered are not very credible when we look at the economic weight of the business of freight transportation. Putting together a passenger rail policy has to go hand in hand with the development of a freight rail policy. The two systems have to coexist, and there has to be an assessment of the inherent risks. The prosperity of one must necessarily be of benefit to the other. Regional development, which relies on many industrial foundations, is linked to the needs of local populations. We cannot hope to draw profit from our resources without providing viable infrastructures to small communities. For many, the end of Via Rail means the end of many communities. Every generation must reinvent its prosperity. And this is the same for the role played by passenger rail. For the moment, we cannot appreciate the scope of the social catastrophe that underlies the disappearance of passenger trains. We are inclined to believe, like the member for Gaspésie-Île-de-la-Madeleine, that the Via Rail company must be obliged to offer services to remote regions. We're convinced that the existing services are not enough. We are very sad about the few cases that we've seen where for passenger addition to passenger lines for passenger rail in Canada. Via Rail plays a fundamental role as a transportation entity in Canada for passenger services. Beyond the new legal framework that we need for the transporter, we also have to draft a real transportation and freight policy for rail in Canada. We cannot just talk about the occupation of territory in the speech from the throne. We have to make our presence in the north and the south a national priority. On a day-to-day basis, the almost complete absence of trains in the regions is difficult for people to deal with. Local populations have to leave, and they're sorry to leave their homes. We understand that this idea launched by the member for the Gaspésie and la Madeleine is a first step in creating a tangible policy for national policy for transport that is inclusive. And with this bill, we are launching a debate on useful services to the public for Canadians. This bill determines the responsibilities that has consequences for a historic place here in Canada. We need to debate the needs of the population and report on the progress made in this regard. Rules of precedence and cohabitation that exist in this bill between the Crown Corporation and private companies deserves to be looked at more in depth given the costs that this represents. However, private companies cannot exist in a vacuum, and they have to be accountable to civil society, if only for obvious reasons of safety and security and the common good. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for London, Fanshawe.
Well, thank you. Mr. Speaker, I'm happy to rise in this House today to support Bill C-640, the work of my colleague, the member for Gaspésie, Île-de-la-Madeleine. He follows in a great tradition of the rail travel advocacy of the NDP. But, Mr. Speaker, I'd be remiss if I neglected to mention Bill Blakey, who, along with his many principled contributions to this House as member for Elmwood-Transcona and Deputy Speaker, was and remains a fierce defender and advocate of preserving and diversifying and expanding rail infrastructure in this great country. Bill C-640 is an effort to turn the tide of the steady erosion of rail travel that began with the Liberals' deregulation of the industry and privatization of the Canadian National Railway System in 1995. C-640 seeks to prevent VIA from cancelling routes and passenger service without consulting with Canadians and this Parliament. Canadians have the right to the highest levels of service, protection, and accessibility of travel that can be provided. But instead, we see the erosion of infrastructure due to neglect and corporate offloading, cancellation of services across the country. Mr. Speaker, Canada is a growing population comprised of families with children and seniors, citizens who need to travel and are very conscious of the environmental legacy we are creating for future generations. With proper stewardship and a visionary plan, there's the very real potential to revive our once thriving rail travel industry. But, Mr. Speaker, that kind of vision requires a federal government focused on national stewardship, rather than what both Liberal and Conservative governments did when they sold off national interests and pandered to those who bankroll their campaigns. Even worse, this current Conservative government and previous Liberal governments refuse to acknowledge that the economic and environmental benefits of a truly enhanced, integrated, accessible and sustainable rail transit system far outweigh and outlive short-term political gain. And they fail to understand that everyone from the youngest Canadian to the seasoned commuter benefits from the kind of forward thinking that ensures rail travel is part of our future. This reality is not lost on the citizens of London and southwestern Ontario. These are the Canadians who suffer from what is described in Network Southwest Action Plan as a mobility gap. Via Rail needs substantial modernization and service improvements in order to prevent further declines in ridership. Investment and modernization will permit the enhancement and strengthening of rail service for future generations. And we have to be forward-thinking, Mr. Speaker. Rail travel is cost-effective in terms of the pocketbook and the environment. And while high-speed rail is a longer-term vision, high-performance rail is able to operate on many existing main and secondary routes. High-performance rail is part of an interconnected alternative public transit system, and it provides infrastructure to feed future high-speed rail. The Network Southwest report, written by Greg Cormack in March 2015, outlines the need for Via Rail services to be upgraded to HPR standards as one of the 3 building blocks. The plan also includes feeder bus services to provide transit between trains and communities off the rail lines, and mobility hubs to connect all transportation modes, including local traffic. All of this can be done efficiently and seamlessly. There are already several successful models of rail-based regional public transport solutions in the U.S. One of the characteristics they all share is joint support of federal and state governments. A joint approach by federal and provincial governments in Canada can bring about the mobility improvements needed in regions like southwestern Ontario, and such a transit solution could become a template for other parts of Canada. A successful precedent for innovation happened after the federal Liberal government slashed half of the rail passenger service in Canada in the 1990s. In response to that void, the Ontario NDP government partnered with VIA and restored a London-Toronto train that was threatened by the axe. This restored service was a crucial link that the provincial government knew must be saved. It was a matter of determination and foresight, Mr. Speaker. Bill C-640 allows Canadians and this Parliament to evaluate cases where Via Rail plans to eliminate a required route and calls on Parliament to study, debate, and then vote on the recommendations in the Minister's report, thus giving Parliament the final decision. Interestingly, that's what our system is supposed to do, ensure that Parliament, and not the party in power, has a role in vital national decisions. Mr. Speaker, VIA serves 3 well-populated corridors in southwestern Ontario, and there are many factors in favor of improving these routes. First of all, they service one of the highest population densities in Canada. They can be utilized by significant numbers of students in numerous colleges and universities, students who don't have access to cars. These routes bring visitors to tourist and cultural attractions, including the Stratford Shakespearean Festival. They have close proximity to Toronto, which is a destination and economic hub, and they decrease the often difficult travel on the 401 and the QEW. Both those highways can be very hazardous at any time of year. I've had occasion to meet with numerous community organizations in London and area who rely on Via Rail for their transportation. Groups like the University of Western Ontario Students' Council and Fanshaw's Student Union have a keen interest. A significant segment of the London workforce relies on Via Rail to commute to the GTA, and the inter-community travel between London, Sarnia, Windsor, and Toronto is vital to all of our local economies. The London Chamber of Commerce and business leaders in the community know that without dependable Via Rail service, many community jobs would be lost. Bill C-40 provides effective measures to ensure that that doesn't happen. As the London Free Press reported on April the 11th, new rail investment would create 30 to 36 new jobs and $3 to $4 million in economic spin-offs. Bus network improvements would add to those regional economic benefits as well. The cost associated with Network Southwest's 5-year plan is equivalent to the cost of building just 1 kilometre of subway in Toronto, and the benefits are huge. American studies indicate that for each $1 million invested in rail, 30 jobs are created and GDP increases threefold. When you consider the drain on the Canadian economy associated with motor vehicle accidents and injuries, which cost us $22 billion per year, these benefits are impossible to ignore. Rail Advocacy in Lambton says of Bill C-640 that the concept of a national rail policy is, in our view, a necessary step in supporting a sustainable passenger rail system for all Canadians. Without this legislation, Via Rail in Canada's passenger rail service is doomed to die a slow death, with no hope of resurrection unless immediate restorative action is initiated. And 2, Lambton says we need an affordable, frequent, marketable passenger rail service that ensures no passenger is ever left behind. This legislation is the first step in a long overdue process that will make Via Rail a viable, productive, successful national transportation agency. Mike from London, Ontario, has written to remind me that next year will be the 160th anniversary of the London and Port Stanley Railroad, the 3rd oldest in Canada, founded in 1856. Included in all the travelers who rode that line were big band musicians and fans headed to Port Stanley's famous Stork Club. Reconnecting London and St. Thomas to Port Stanley's beaches and shops again would be a boost to our local economy. Mr. Speaker, I also want to mention the work that is being undertaken by the City of London. I'm encouraged by the Shift London initiative that presents a bold and important vision for transportation in our city. It focuses on rapid transit as part of the transportation system that will help our city grow and prosper. The Shift proposal calls for London to conduct a public environmental assessment that allows citizen input in planning and designing the network. In addition, it will access the need for rapid transit, the rapid transit that can alleviate such problems as congestion, overcrowded buses, and the high cost of driving. The assessment would determine which streets are suitable for rapid transit and how they can be designed to improve mobility for everyone, and determine the form or forms of rapid transit that should be used. Shift is a City of London initiative that has great potential. The integration and coordination of Via Rail routes and services is vital to moving the population of London in, through, and around the community. Bill C-640 lays the framework for that progress to happen. I am very happy to stand in support of Bill C-640, Mr. Speaker. It's good for the people of London, southwestern Ontario. It's good for all of Canada. Thank you.
Reprise de débat.
Resuming debate.
En conséquence,
accordingly, I would invite the honourable member for Gaspésie-Île-de-la-Madeleine for his right of reply. The honourable member will have 5 minutes. The honourable member for Gaspésie-Île-de-la-Madeleine. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's an honour for me to take the floor today for this first time debating the bill. I'm delighted to be able to speak to this bill. This bill is near and dear to me. It would guarantee passenger rail service to the all the way to the Gaspé. Regions like the Gaspé area need reliable and affordable passenger rail service. The bus system leaves a lot to be desired, and flights are too expensive. Our regions need a national public passenger rail network. It's the more affordable than flying, and it's the best option for the environment. It connects our more isolated regions, and it boosts economic development in the communities served. Let's be clear, this bill is in the best interest of the environment, the economy, and our regions. Mr. Speaker, I cannot stress enough the beneficial effects of passenger rail, not only for the communities directly served, but also for society as a whole. According to the U.S. Department of Commerce, $1 invested in passenger rail leads to spin-offs of $3 to $4 for the economy. But, Mr. Speaker, our current system is not achieving its full potential. The status quo simply isn't working. To see this, you just have to compare Via Rail with its U.S. counterpart, Amtrak. On Amtrak, a traveler can get from Seattle to New York in 3 days for the equivalent of around $275 Canadian, with daily departures. With Via Rail, in comparison, a trip from Vancouver to Montreal will take 1 day longer than Amtrak, so 4 days, and it'll cost $200 more than Amtrak. So instead of $275 in the U.S., it's $475 in Canada for the same trip. And Via Rail has only 3 departures a week in the summer and only 2 in the winter. In fact, it would be cheaper, more convenient, and faster to take Amtrak to get from Vancouver to Toronto. In the U.S., politicians of all stripes understand that a modern country cannot do without investing in passenger rail. In Canada, we recognize the importance of investing in public infrastructure like schools, hospitals, and fire stations. We even fund and provide huge funding to road and air travel. So why refuse to recognize the importance of passenger rail? We're not talking about nationalizing a private company here. Via Rail is already a Crown corporation. It already gets huge subsidies from the federal government. Bill C-640 would simply clarify the role, rights, and responsibilities of Via Rail. Canadians deserve to know what they're getting in return for their investment in Via Rail and to have their expectations met. The Via Rail Canada Act would give passenger rail priority or a right-of-way over freight trains. This is not really so radical. The system is already in place in the U.S., and what's more, Via Rail was created to free up CN and CP from their obligation to provide passenger service. In exchange, CN and CP allow Via to use their track for a charge. And we must note that Via Rail pays more for that right of use than Amtrak. Bill C-640 would enable Via Rail Canada to negotiate on an equal footing with CN and CP, and it would provide for preferential scheduling to encourage higher ridership. Let's not forget, passenger trains would only have the right-of-way if freight service would not be unduly impaired. We're not talking about penalizing CN and CP, we're just talking about providing efficient, effective passenger transportation. C-640 would also set out a list of mandatory destinations. We're paying for a nationwide system. We're entitled to expect and to get a nationwide system. Service would provide for economic spin-offs in the communities served, and this model has been used very successfully in the U.S. I'd like to conclude by quoting from the former Amtrak CEO David Gunn, "No national rail passenger system in the world is profitable. Without public subsidy, there can be no passenger rail transportation systems." So we can no longer in the 21st century do without a national passenger rail network. And we're not talking about privatizing Via Rail. That's out of the question. This Crown Corporation was created precisely because the private sector was incapable of providing this essential service. The question before us is, will we continue spending money on Crown Corporation with no mission, rights, or responsibilities that are clearly set out? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Gaudin.
The question is as follows. Mr. Toon, seconded by Mr. Gaudin, moves that Bill C-640, an act respecting Via Rail Canada and making consequential amendments to the Canada Transportation Act, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Transport, Infrastructure and Communities.
Et des collectivités. Est-il à la Chambre d'adopter cette motion?
Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion?
Que tous ceux qui appuient la motion.
All those in favor of the motion will please say yea. All those opposed will please say nay. In my opinion, the nays have it. Pursuant to Standing Order 93, the Recorded Division stands deferred until Wednesday, April 29th, 2015, immediately before the time provided for private members' business.
And now, pursuant to an order made Wednesday, April 22nd, 2015, the House will now proceed to the consideration of motion number M587 under private members' business. Orders of the day.
Private members' business, debate on motion M587, genocide recognition, standing in the name of Mr. Butt, Mississauga, Streetsville.
Mr. Butt, seconded by Mr. Daniel, moves that the House, A, reaffirm its support for 1, the Holocaust Memorial Day Act, 2, the Armenian Genocide Recognition Resolution adopted on April 21st, 2004, 3, the Rwandan Genocide Resolution adopted on April 7th, 2008, 4, the Ukrainian Famine and Genocide Holodomor Memorial Day Act, B, call upon the government to honor the victims of all genocides by recognizing the month of April as Genocide Remembrance, Condemnation, and Prevention Month. C.
And C, acknowledge the associated commemorative days of 1, Yom HaShoah,
Memorial Day, as determined by the Jewish lunar calendar. 2, Armenian Genocide Memorial Day on April 24th, 3, Rwandan Genocide Memorial Day on April 7th, and 4, Holodomor Memorial Day on the 4th Saturday in November. Debate, the Honourable Member for Mississauga, Streetsville.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It is my honour to present
motion M587 before the House today. I would like to thank the honourable member for Don Valley East for seconding the motion today. I would like to thank you for the opportunity to lead off this important debate on a motion that would reaffirm this House's support for the recognition of historical genocides. It would also call upon the government to recognize April as Genocide Remembrance, Condemnation and Prevention Month. Mr. Speaker, in August 1941, shortly after British intelligence broke the Enigma Code and began intercepting firsthand Nazi reports of mass slaughters and remorseless brutalities in occupied Ukraine and Russia, Winston Churchill spoke to an international audience in a live radio broadcast. And he said, "We are in the presence of a crime without a name." In the United States, the noted legal scholar Raphael Lemkin, a Jewish refugee from Nazi-occupied Poland, heard Churchill's words. 2 years later, in the hope that naming the crime would help to prevent it, Lemkin coined the word genocide, defining it as the systematic destruction of all or a significant part of a racial, ethnic, religious, or national group, and tirelessly campaigned for its recognition in international law. Finally, in 1948, after the systemic nature and horrific scope of the Nazis' mass crimes had been more fully grasped, the United Nations General Assembly adopted the Convention on the Prevention and Punishment of the Crime of Genocide. Mr. Speaker, Canada has been a party to this convention for more than 60 years, and our resolve to combat and prevent genocide around the world continues to be strong and steadfast. 7 decades after the liberation of the Nazi death camps, our country remains committed to helping prevent future atrocities by combating oppression, hatred, and xenophobia, and teaching future generations about the lessons of genocide around the world. Canada has been profoundly shaped by survivors of genocide who have first-hand experience with the horrific crime and have resettled across our great country. That is why this Parliament has officially recognized the historical genocides that have affected many Canadian immigrants and the ancestors of many Canadians. Those genocides include the Holocaust, the Armenian genocide, the Holodomor, and the Rwandan genocide. Mr. Speaker, the Holocaust Memorial Day Act, which was passed in 2003, recognizes the unique atrocity of the Shoah, during which 6 million European Jews, including 1.5 million Jewish children, lost their lives, and millions of other European civilians were slaughtered because they belonged to groups deemed expendable according to the Nazis' heinous ideology. The Armenian Genocide Resolution, adopted 11 years ago this month, recognized the terrible suffering and loss of life endured by the Armenian people in 1915 as a genocide, condemning it as a crime against humanity. The Ukrainian Famine and Genocide, or Holodomor Memorial Day Act, was passed in 2008. It established the fourth Saturday in November as an annual day to remember one of the greatest tragedies of the last century, the deliberate starvation of millions of men, women, and children in Ukraine between 1932 and 1933 by the Soviet regime under Joseph Stalin. Finally, in 2008, Parliament unanimously adopted a resolution commemorating the 1994 slaughter of 800,000 Rwandans, targeting ethnic Tutsis and political moderates, including ethnic Hutus, and designating April 7th as a day of reflection on the prevention of genocide. Parliament had previously declared April 7th a day of remembrance for the victims of the Rwandan genocide in 2004. Mr. Speaker, with the designation of April each year as Genocide Remembrance, Condemnation and Prevention Month, we would be specifically remembering those unfathomable, tragic, historic events. At the same time, we would be more broadly acknowledging that genocide betrays the fundamental value of human dignity. Genocide does not begin with the mass murder of a people. Its seeds are planted with hatred, racism, and a denial of human rights. We must be vigilant and never allow such horrific crimes to be forgotten or repeated. We have an obligation to remember and to learn from some of the darkest events in human history. By doing so, we renew our commitment to do everything we can to prevent such events from happening ever again. In the words of author, Nobel laureate, and Holocaust survivor Elie Wiesel, and I quote, "An immoral society betrays humanity because it betrays the basis for humanity, which is memory. A moral society is committed to memory," end quote. Mr. Speaker, as time passes, it becomes even more imperative for moral societies such as ours to remain firm in our commitment to memory. Without active efforts such as those proposed by this motion, there is always the risk that memory of historical genocides could be lost, minimized, or even denied. Indeed, in recent years, we have seen an unfortunate rise around the world in the heinous practice of Holocaust denial and in the denial of other genocides. The only appropriate response is to strongly reaffirm our collective commitment as a society to remember and commemorate genocide, to educate future generations about the poisonous effects of hate and intolerance, and to uphold the importance of preventing such atrocities from ever reoccurring. Indeed, while the nation at the center of any genocide holds the primary responsibility to protect its people from such atrocities, the international community also has significant responsibilities. Mr. Speaker, Canada has been a world leader in genocide commemoration and education. We have opened the Canadian Museum of Human Rights in Winnipeg, supported resolutions on the prevention of genocide at the Human Rights Council, and served as the 2014 chair of the International Holocaust Remembrance Alliance, among many other recent initiatives. The motion we are debating today is in the spirit of ensuring that our country continues to set an important international example. I call on all members of this House to support Motion 587, and I thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to address the House on this very important matter.
Here. Questions et commentaires. Questions and comments. La députée de Rosemont-la-Petite.
The Honourable Member for Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie. Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I will soon have the honour to speak to this motion, M587. I want to congratulate the member for Mississauga-Streetsville for this initiative. I'd also like to ask him what he thinks, as a country, we should do to respect our international agreements and treaties regarding preventing future genocides. What role should Canada play internationally to be even more proactive to prevent atrocities and horrific situations from recurring? I'd like to hear his opinion on that, please.
Member for Mississauga-Streetsville.
Well, Mr. Speaker, Canada, of course, continues to be a world leader and continues to play a very effective role in the international community in speaking out and making sure that we're honoring our commitments, our international commitments and our treaties Right now, Mr. Speaker, of course, we are playing a very significant role in making sure another genocide does not take place in Iraq and Syria by committing Canadian Armed Forces and by committing humanitarian aid and assistance to Iraq and Syria right now to protect religious minorities in those countries, Yazidis, Chaldeans, Christians, Assyrians, that are being slaughtered at the hands of ISIL. So Canada will continue to play its very strong role where we are recognized internationally as standing up for vulnerable people in the world and speaking the truth about these tragedies at all times.
Questions, commentaires, questions and comments. L'honorable député de Saint-Laurent.
The Honourable Member for Saint-Laurent-Cartierville.
To thank my colleague for his speech and his initiative, and I was very pleased to cooperate to be sure that all communities would be on board. And as he knows, maybe we should consider to add another genocide, unfortunately, that happened to our friends of Bosnia. And would like to hear his view about that. I understand that it will not be today, and we agree. My colleague, my colleague from Montreal spoke with the minister, but maybe it would be good to explain where are we about that, to be sure that Canada is willing to commemorate the month of April, the genocides, including the one that happened in Bosnia.
Member for Mississauga-Streetsville.
Well, Mr. Speaker, and by the way, I do want to thank my friends in the NDP, Liberal, and Green Party who have all indicated their support for this motion. It's great to see Parliament all come together over an issue like this, and I think that's a credit to the fine men and women that serve in this chamber. Mr. Speaker, in the motion, obviously, I did specifically refer to 4 genocides, but obviously, the month of April, should this motion pass, being known now as the Genocide Prevention Remembrance Month, would include all genocides, including Bosnia and others that have taken place. So I would expect that this would cover all of those, that we would find an appropriate way to do these commemorations of these horrific events in human history, and that we would continue to include all of those other organizations that would like to be part of this in the month of April to do so.
Questions and comments. Questions and commentaires. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Prime Minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And let me just thank the member for bringing this motion forward. Right. You know, on the weekend, a number of people were in Toronto, downtown Toronto, and it was remembrance of the Armenian genocide. And we know across this country that often we stop and remember what has happened. I wonder if the member could speak more emotionally to how important it is to actually remember, how important it is not only to government and to us, but to those, the victims and the people who actually suffered this. Why something like this is so important to them. And again, just thank the member for bringing the motion forward.
Honourable Member for Mississauga-Streetsville.
Well, I'd like to thank the Parliamentary Secretary to the Prime Minister for that question. And, I mean, even today, Mr. Speaker, just a short couple of hours ago on the lawn here at Parliament Hill, we had a commemoration for the 100th anniversary of the Armenian genocide. And you can see the look on people's faces when you look. I got an opportunity to speak at that, which I'm honored to have done. And you look out in the crowd and you see the faces of people and you see the pain. You see the sadness for their relatives, their friends, their ancestors that were affected by these acts. And, you know, there used to be an old saying, time heals all wounds. And I'm not always sure that's completely true. And I think if we don't commemorate, if we don't continue to recognize these events that have taken place in the history of our world, that have been our darkest moments as human beings and what human beings have done to one another, if we don't always continue to recognize those, we are unfortunately doomed to repeat them. So we must continue to recognize these each and every year.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and once again, I'm profoundly honoured to have this opportunity to participate in the debate today in this House. This issue is a fundamental issue. It's extremely important, and I want to underscore again and thank the member for Mississauga-Streetsville for having tabled this motion, for having taken this initiative that gives us an opportunity to think with dignity, to have a rational discussion on the tragic incidents that have occurred during the 20th century. The Armenian genocide, the first, the Holodomor, the Holocaust, and the genocide in Rwanda. Now, it's important for us to have this discussion, these reflections, and to do so this week. Now, it's not by chance that the motion is taking place today, on April 24th. We all worked hard this week in the NDP to have this debate before April 24th, because April 24th is an important date. 100 years ago today, a tragic telegram was sent out that set off atrocities and massacres that went on for some years. 1.5 million Armenians died as a result of that. And concentration and extermination camps were experienced for the first time in the 21st century. And it was an attempt to eliminate an entire population from the face of the earth. Fortunately, it failed. But considerable efforts were undertaken to destroy this people just because of who they were, to use government resources to disappear a people, a language, and a culture. Now, people who lost their lives are today considered saints, martyrs. The Pope stated that very fact recently, and that is very significant. Those people suffered horrific realities. Entire families were annihilated. People were massacred, women, children. They were forced to march day and night, and clearly they didn't survive. It's important to remember that. It's important to remember it because it can't serve as a justification for other attempts or atrocities to be committed to exterminate a people. Now, it's well known, but not well known enough. When Hitler was attempting to justify the elimination of Jews from Europe, it would be sad to say we don't remember the extermination of the Armenians. It would be like saying it's okay to try to eliminate an entire people based on their ethnicity, their language, or their religion. It's extremely tragic. And that sad aspect of history must be remembered so it's not repeated. And, Mr. Speaker, I think that it's our duty, a moral duty of conscience, to raise awareness, to spread information on this. Now, I was at the same rally on the Hill earlier with my colleague, the member for Mississauga-Streetsville, with the thousands of people who turned out today at the invitation of the Armenian community to commemorate the end of what happened 100 years ago, to remember it. Now, at home on the piano, I've got a few pictures, and one of them is my wife's great-great-grandfather. He was a photographer. It's a very beautiful, dignified picture, and beside that were his first 3 children. And when you look at them, as we do every day, we know that him and his 3 children didn't survive in 1915. They were all killed. And that was the story of thousands of Armenian families. And that's why today in Armenia there are 3,000 people, but the Armenian diaspora represents 8 million people, because people who survived or who were able to flee left and fled to other countries to the U.S., to Canada, to France, to many other places. Fortunately, he didn't lose his entire family. His daughter survived, lives in France, and there was a fifth child. That child went to Greece, had children, including a young Antoinette, who moved to Canada, who had 3 children, Sean, Scary, and Lisa, my wife. And we have a young son with an Armenian first name, to keep that link, that family continuity alive. It's important for us to bear this message, to spread it, this fight against racism, xenophobia, and intolerance. And we have to work every day, here in Parliament, but elsewhere as well, to live together respectfully, in a friendly manner, respecting and accepting our differences. Because in the 20th century, there were other genocides that occurred. The Holodomor, the Ukrainian genocide. It's not well known enough either. Stalin industrialized the USSR at the expense of the Ukrainian people by stealing and extorting Ukrainian wheat, selling it abroad, that enabled them to industrialize the USSR, and that was at the expense of millions of people in Ukraine. It was a criminal act. It caused famine. It was organized, and it was repeated after that with the Holocaust, with the death camps, the trains that took the Jewish people to their death, to the gas chambers. 6 million people died at that time. And in 1994, not so long ago, the massacre of the Tutsis in Rwanda. 800,000 people were killed in just over 3.5 months. It's our duty to remember. The Canadian Parliament is a good place to reaffirm that we know what happened. We acknowledge it. We will remember those people who were killed, the men, women, and children who were killed and exterminated just because of who they were, and to prevent that from occurring in the future. That is why we urge the government and Canada to work more on our international treaties, to focus on preventing genocide, and to make it well known that we will punish people who are responsible for these types of atrocious actions. And this has been done as well in the past. We're proud. Alexa McDonough was one of the sponsors of the motions that was adopted in 2004. The member for Ottawa Centre also tabled a motion in 2010, a resolution to make April 23rd the National Day of Commemoration and Action Against Mass Atrocities. It's something that commemorates all atrocities, including ethnic cleansing, crimes against humanity, and war crimes. It's unfortunate to note that again today, these types of situations are occurring. I'd like to underscore, even though it's not in this motion, the crimes committed in Cambodia against the people, where almost 1 out of every 5 people was killed in Cambodia in the late 70s, and again today. There are war crimes and crimes against humanity being committed. We must talk about them, condemn them. We must take action to ensure that these situations do not recur. Today, Mr. Speaker, on behalf of the NDP, I'm extremely proud to stand in this House with my colleagues to support this motion and to remind Canadians that the genocide occurred 100 years ago. There was a genocide in Rwanda, Ukraine. We will remember it. We will not forget. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Mount Royal.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Earlier this month, on the occasion of the 21st anniversary of the genocide of Tutsis in Rwanda, I spoke at a gathering on Parliament Hill to mark Canada's National Day of Reflection on the Prevention of Genocide. Last week, I attended a Yom HaShoah Holocaust Remembrance service in my riding, 70 years since the liberation of the death camps. And earlier today, I was privileged to address the thousands of assembled outside this building who are commemorating the Armenian genocide, which began a century ago and which Pope Francis recognized as the first genocide of the 20th century. Mr. Speaker, what these genocides and others have in common, as I said at the gathering to commemorate the genocide of the Tutsis in Rwanda, is not only that these genocides are unspeakable, but they are unspeakable not only because of the horror of the genocide, but because these genocides were preventable. Nobody could say that we did not know. There were, as there always are, warning signs, forerunners to genocide. Yet time and again the world has stood by, minimizing the threats of demonization and dehumanization, ignoring the ominous march to mass atrocity until it is too late. And we find ourselves yet again promising never again and insisting that we mean it this time. I therefore welcome the motion put forward by the member for Mississauga-Streetsville, which acknowledges 4 genocides that have been recognized by this House, along with the associated memorial days, and which calls on this House to establish April as Genocide Remembrance, Condemnation and Prevention Month. A month so designated would provide an impetus not only to remember these tragic events, le devoir de mémoire, but to speak out and to act against racism, hatred, exclusion, demonization and dehumanization, the precursors to genocide, and in favor of justice, human dignity, and the protection of human rights, including minority rights. Moreover, such a month would be an opportunity to continue the teaching and learning of the genocides past with a view, the lessons of genocides past, with a view to preventing genocide in the future. And I will now touch on several lessons of remembrance and the remembrance to act always. The first lesson is the danger of forgetting and the importance and responsibility of remembrance itself, both in the sense of bearing witness to past collective failures to prevent genocide and in the sense of acknowledging and bearing witness to each victim of genocide as individuals. The numbers of genocide can be overwhelming. 6 million Jews killed by the Nazis, 10,000 Tutsis murdered every day for 3 months, 1,000 Ukrainians starving to death every hour at the height of the Holodomor, and I can go on. But genocide, Mr. Speaker, is not a matter of abstract statistics. As we say at these moments of remembrance, unto each person there is a name, each person has an identity, each person is a universe. The second enduring lesson is that genocides have occurred not only because of the machinery of death, but because of state-sanctioned incitement to hate. The Supreme Court of Canada has recognized that the Holocaust did not begin in the gas chambers. It began with words. And the international community must therefore bear in mind, as the Supreme Court of Canada affirmed also in the Mugesera case, that incitement to genocide is a crime in and of itself. Taking action to prevent it, as the Genocide Convention compels us, is not a policy option. It is an international legal obligation of the highest order. The third lesson is the danger of indifference and the responsibility to act. In 1994, for example, while the UN Security Council dithered and delayed, Rwandans were dying. 10 years later, massacres in Darfur were met with a similarly dilatory global response. No one can say that we did not know. We knew, but we did not act. In an effort to end this pattern of the international community as bystander, the United Nations adopted in 2005 the Responsibility to Protect Doctrine, a Canadian initiative of which we should be very proud. According to R2P, whenever there are war crimes, crimes against humanity, ethnic cleansing, or, God forbid, genocide, and the government of the region in question is unable or unwilling to take action, or worse, is the author of that criminality, as in the case of the Syrian regime, the international community has a responsibility to intervene to protect targeted or innocent civilians. It is now the 10th anniversary of R2P, and Canada must reaffirm our commitment to the abiding moral imperative in which it is anchored, that we are each, wherever we are, the guarantors of each other's destiny. The fourth lesson is the danger of a culture of impunity. and therefore the importance of bringing to justice those who engage in mass human rights violations. If the past century was the age of atrocity, it was also the age of impunity. Far too few of the perpetrators of crimes against humanity have been brought to justice, and far too many of them live comfortable lives here in Canada and elsewhere. As such, I encourage the government to commit adequate resources to Canada's war crimes program in order that such war criminals will be brought to justice. The fifth lesson is the cruelty of genocide denial in its most obscene form, where genocide denial actually even accuses the victim of falsifying the crime of perpetrating a hoax. But by commemorating genocides, we repudiate such denial. Today, with crowds gathered on Parliament Hill to observe the 100th anniversary of the Armenian genocide, we must be clear. The current Turkish government and the Turkish people are not responsible for the killing of Armenians a century ago. Yet reconciliation requires recognition, and I trust we all hope for reconciliation between the Turkish and Armenian peoples anchored in recognition and truth. Six is the importance of remembering the heroic rescuers, those who confronted and resisted evil, who remind us of the range of humanity that prevailed in the face of evil, and thereby transformed history. I'm reminded, for instance, of our former colleague, Senator Romeo Dallaire, who is a beacon of humanity amidst the inhumanity of the genocide of the Tutsis in Rwanda, and of Raoul Wallenberg, the Swedish diplomat who in 1944 rescued more Hungarian Jews than any single government before himself disappearing into the Soviet Gulag. And finally, we must remember and pay tribute to the survivors who endured the worst of inhumanity and somehow found in the resources of their own humanity the will to go on to rebuild their lives as they contribute to the building of the communities in which they live. Thus, Mr. Speaker, I thank the member for Mississauga-Streetsville for his motion, and my party and myself will happily support it. Indeed, I have introduced a similar motion, the only difference being that mine makes mention of the Srebrenica massacre. In that vein, before I close, I will inform the House of a letter I received earlier this week from the President of the Congress of North American Bosniak and from the Chairman of the Institute for Research of Genocide in Canada. They wrote to express their surprise at the Srebrenica Remembrance Day and the related motion unanimously adopted by this House on October 19, 2010, are not mentioned in M587, and they request that it be included. Indeed, Srebrenica Remembrance Day is the only genocide commemoration day recognized by the House of Commons, but not specifically referenced in the motion before us. As such, I intend to introduce a motion in the coming weeks that will reaffirm the House's recognition of the Srebrenica massacre as an act of genocide commemorated each year on July 12. Mr. Speaker, on Srebrenica Remembrance Day, on the other commemorative days mentioned in M587, and soon during the entire month of April, Canadians will unite in active remembrance of the victims and in furtherance of tolerance, human dignity, human rights, and peace. Never again will be affirmed, and this time we will be able to not only remember, but hopefully act always on that remembrance. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate. Reprise de débat. Accordingly, I invite the honourable member for Mississauga-Streetsville for his right of reply, and the honourable member has up to 5 minutes. The honourable member for Mississauga-Streetsville.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I want to specifically thank my colleagues, the member for Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie, and the honourable member for Mount Royal for also speaking on behalf of their parties to this motion. I would also like to thank the honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands, who also indicated to me that her party supported this motion as well. I think it's a great day for Parliament when we see all political parties working together for such an important motion, an important commemoration that we can have in this country by establishing April as our genocide remembrance, prevention and condemnation month in Canada. I appreciate the honourable member for Mount Royal's comments about Bosnia. I'd be prepared to work with him, and there's certainly no reason why that situation could not also be included in the commemorations within the month of April. So, Mr. Speaker, simply want to say thank you to all members of this House for the support for this motion, and I look forward to it being approved. Thank you very much, Mr.
Hear,
Speaker.
The question is as follows. Mr. Butt, seconded by Mr. Daniel, moved that the House, A, reaffirm its support for 1, the Holocaust Memorial Day Act. Shall I dispense? 2, the Armenian Genocide Recognition Resolution adopted on April 21st, 2004. 3, the Rwandan Genocide Resolution adopted on April 7th, 2008. 4, the Ukrainian Famine and Genocide Holodomor Memorial Day Act. B, exhort le gouvernement.
Call upon the government to honor the victims of all genocides by recognizing the month of April as Genocide Remembrance, Condemnation, and Prevention Month. And C, acknowledge the associated commemorative days of 1, Yom HaShoah, Holocaust Memorial Day, as determined by the Jewish lunar calendar.
Armenian Genocide Memorial Day on April 24th. 3, Rwandan Genocide Memorial Day on April 7th. And 4, Holodomor Memorial Day on the 4th Saturday in November. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? Yes. All those in favor of the motion will please say yea. Yay. All those opposed will please say nay. In my opinion, the yeas have it. I declare the motion carried. And it being 3:14 p.m., pursuant to an order made Wednesday, April 22nd, 2015, this House stands adjourned until next Monday at 11 a.m., pursuant to Standing Order 24-1.